Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome. How are folks today? I'm a little behind. I forgot to post the giveaway links. Oops. I got it all set up. I just forgot to post them in, so I had to set that up. Hey, Nergarot. Hey, Reth. Hey, PF Dennis. Hey, Rod and Popaway and Tuxedo. Hey, Thunderkeys. Hey, Andres. Hey, Bill and Down Under Maker and Jeff. How are folks? Hey, Derek. What else do we have? Don't Knock It. Martin, R. Chapman, and Cliff. That's how far I'm going to scroll up. Hey, Jack, and Justin, and Nick, and Rick. Welcome back. Welcome back. You like my shirt? Thank you to Thunder Keys and the Box Turtle team. Thanks again. Number 30. Hey, B. McNichol. If you want your own shirt, there's no kickback here, but I might as well post it. You can get merch, Box Turtle merch, here. So, hey, Nicholas and the Reverend, Pushing Plastic, Steve and Mark. This is a nice shirt, actually. It's kind of thin, but in a good way. It sets well. I like it. I do. I like turtles. Hey, Lars and Mark and B. McNichol. Maurice, you should have gotten the mug to replace the Voron mug. One, I have a, didn't you see? You see? I'm pretty excited. Should be building a Trident soon. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. What colors are you going to go with? Frame and printed parts. I posted a link, KA. Tohos, thanks for being a member for 33 months. Wow. Hey, truck guy. Okay, so today, I made the mistake of leaving the towels on the Prusa enclosure, and now it's a bed / play area. Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna lose the cats to that spot or what, but hey, Nico. Hey, Joey. Maurice, thanks for being a member for 31 months. And Ella for 23 months. Thank you. Hey, William Martin. Printed parts right now are LDO Space Gray and Lime. I think the frame is going to be gray as well. Nice. Hey, little Brett. Mr. O. Hans. Oh, I guess Oscar's the king of the mountain now. Made an order with Trident parts and ordered also the Box Turtle kit. Nice. Hey, Chuck. Okay. Box Turtle. So the idea here today, as you saw in the thumbnail, is really to focus on, we're going to be doing Filamatrix, the tool head cutter mod. So, and we're going to go through various things with that, and see how it goes from there. We'll probably get into some firmware and configuration stuff today. I'm not sure if we're going to get to pushing plastic today. I do expect this to last probably one more stream after this. So, hey, Joel. Hey, out of Adam. Lucas. Printed parts today, going with the TMNT, but of course, that's going to be the most common theme, right? People are going to do the 4 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle colors. I decided to be for a device that's primary purpose is to print in multiple colors. Mine's grayscale. So as soon as I get my Box Turtle first, I have to finish the Trident, as that's my target machine. Cool. This is really the only machine that I have right now that it makes sense to put it on. It's a 250 V2. Right now I have a Galileo toolhead on it, Galileo 2 toolhead. We are going to swap that out with these parts, which is going to go Clockwork 2. There is a Galileo 2 cutter, but I made the decision early on based on advice from Thunder Keys and in general, is I wanted to build the most documented setup. So the more you stray from that, the more you kind of got to figure a few things out on your own. And I wanted to go with the most documented setup. So Hey there, GPs. Airdo and Stevan. Gorecki Designs, hello. Black and yellow, best colors always. Okay, so there's a few things that have been added to the project. Well, first of all, we are giving away a box turtle kit from LDO. Thank you, LDO, for allowing that. And we're giving away our regular Polymaker filament. Links are in the description. Since there's more than one giveaway, I can't put it in the pin post. It gets too unwieldy there. So links are in the description. You might have to refresh since I added those pretty late. We will do that at 1 p.m. my time, which is a little under 3 hours from now, and you must be here to win. The only restrictions are because of shipping concerns and difficulties from LDO. If you are in Russia or South America, they have restricted it from that. OSEC plate, the only thing I've printed on it is ABS and ASA, and it is absolutely wonderful for that. It is fabulous. The problem is that OSEC I think they're clearing out stock on their stuff right now. And I don't think they're going to be available long-term. I do not think that there are US, let me break this up. I don't think there are US shipping available for that. So, hey, nice. Hey, Martin. So, yeah, now they're able to deliver in time. I'd recommend them. However, it sounds like they're not going to be making them available long term. Okay, so that's that. The next thing is documentation. So let's go back to the box turtle documentation. And this is listed in the description. The link is there. Honey Badger satin plate has been amazing. I agree. The Honey Badger one has been really good. I got one from, shoot, I keep forgetting their name in Prague, that I've been happy with. Yeah. I don't think they're necessarily having problems with lead times. I think they don't quote me because this is third-hand information. I think they're not going to be making them anymore. So we need to break Thunderkey's brain with suggestions for the manual today. It's all Thunderkey's fault. Yeah, blame Thunderkeys is the new hashtag. Blame Thunderkeys. Okay, there is a new addition. One of the nice things, this is a suggestion from me, is you can click anywhere on the card here to get. It used to, you had to click the view manual button. And I don't know if anybody noticed, but I clicked on the picture a few times last time, and I asked if that was easy to do or not. And apparently it was easy enough to do that it's been done. Let's see. Turtleneck 2.0 worth it. I don't actually know the full difference between them. I've got the regular turtleneck on here. Okay, so if you go into the introduction here and we go all the way back to, I think, the first page, they have started to document some of the things. This is, gotta remember, this is a community project. These are people that are not making money on this. I have no idea what any kind of agreements are between LDO and those. It doesn't really matter. The way this starts is a community project. A bunch of people come together. They're having fun building something. Get the attention of someone like LDO. Hey, we can put this into a kit, put it out there. We can make some money. You can get some exposure. Your project can get some support, that kind of stuff. It's a fresh kit. The Box Turtle team has been responsive to problems. There are some. This is a good little errata, a collection of what has come up and been brought to the attention so far. So this gives anybody going through the documentation a little bit of an idea what to expect, depending on where you're getting, which batch your kit is, that kind of stuff, and things to look at. So one of the things that I saw and my mind recognized but I didn't vocalize because it didn't impact me, is the USB orientation on the controller board points straight down into your table, into your work surface. So it requires that you get a 90-degree adapter. The kit in general, because it is part of a wider ecosystem that can be very diverse, doesn't come with the connection stuff between the box turtle and the printer anyway. So you have to get that. They're letting you know that you might want to, if you're going to connect via USB, you might want to you're going to want to get a right angle connector. Continuing on that subject, the focus on this project has been CAN, because the idea is you can daisy chain them. So the fact that you can connect it via USB is a function of the controller and is a bonus rather than the core original intent of the thing. Now, like Thunderkeys is saying, and this says, there is a revision to the board that puts a straight out perpendicular connector on the board to fix that. So, hey Sean, hey Jaeger, and Glenn, hey Killer Prince, and Ella. So we ran across the loose MJF gears. The printed ones are working fine. They are very smooth on mine. I think you could use glue or a shaft retaining compound, some sort of Loctite, I don't remember what the number is, to alleviate that. Missing wheel, heat set screws, blade in the bit. Oh, this is the M3x6 things. I didn't really run into any issues that weren't already called out in the manual on that. Hey, buddy. A little short on the 3mm ID PTFE tubing. We found out if you short the little inlet PTFE tubes 5mm each, you got enough. Hey, Brent. No cable included to connect box turtle to the printer, and this is intentional. So, N20 motor failure. Now, we don't know if we run into this or whatever. We'll find out. So, this is good that they've put this together. What are you doing? You stepped on my keyboard. You hit all the buttons. Hold on a second. Let me close things. Okay. Hey, Scotty Dog. That covers that. Okay, so we are going to get into the Filamatrix assembly and install. So let's go here and start at the beginning. So this is one of those things. So the challenge that the Box Turtle folks have with this project is they've got a thing. They've got a automated filament control module, but that's their primary thing. There are other peripheral things that connects to and uses in order for the whole system to work. The connection to the printer is one. The toolhead side of it is another one. You can run this system without anything special on your toolhead if you want to go through and tune tip forming. That's not necessarily a fun process to go through if anyone has done it. So the recommendation is to use another project, the Filamatrix. Now the Filamatrix, or Filametrix with an E, what are you, okay, you're fine, is a project that was put out there for a filament cutter. I went through, before I started this project, and got very confused by the site and what was out there and which files to print. And there were pull requests out there for updates that had been done on Clockwork 2 that were over a year old, hadn't been done. So that gave me a little pause on the whole idea, because I didn't want to do this project and deal with tip tuning as part of the project. I wanted to do a filament cutter because that's something I haven't done. I wanted it to be part of this project. So I reached out to Jason, reached out to Thunderkeys, and gave my concerns that, hey, you're putting out a product here and there's a major component of this that people are going to want to be used that are very confusing. So they went and pulled that open source project, forked it, and cleaned it up and documented it. So that's where we're at right now. So it is much easier to follow. And apparently Felix has found a spot. The encoder cutter for your RCF has been ported to box turtle by the creator. It attached at the hub. Nice. Yeah, there's lots of solutions. This is very much, many of these projects are kind of choose your own adventure. And the path that you choose on that adventure is going to have a significant impact on what the what you're going to, challenges you're going to run into, what things you're going to have to do. So I think that's my major message here, is that these types of projects are fun. I mean, that's where we're enjoying the build, right? But you have to know what you're getting into. So, okay. Let's go back over here. Oh, come on, Oscar. Don't be a pill. You stay right there. Your research is part of your build. Now, the flip side of that is more and more of these projects are getting attention from the LDOs and the Mellows and the other smaller companies that are making and promoting these and making kits for them. That turns it more into a product, and that's a challenging part. I don't have a 100% suggested solution for that. You've got something that's being put out there as a kit, so finding that point of how to deal with that is not easy. So, hey Mano, hey BBs, hey Guy the Jedi. So, okay, this is all print settings, file naming, and we're gonna throw in, because I did not do any of this, so we are going to throw in a bunch of heat sets, and I'm gonna use the VLMP because that's the one that's powered up right now. And we're gonna throw, oh, we gotta grab we should have a bag of parts, so we're gonna try to use just the bag of parts that came with the kit. So we have a Filametrix, and this is before they forked it and made Filamatrix. So, hey Sinew and Derek. Oh, don't you put your claws in my new shirt. Okay, that's not hot, so we're okay. Dragon burner cutter works for me using the dragon burner. There are lots of solutions out there, absolutely. There, like I said, there's Galileo 2, there's dragon burner, there's a Zoll cutter, lots of things out there. I'm going with Clockwork 2 because that is the most documented solution right now. Tuxedo, thanks for the gifted memberships. Note that the LDO kits also come with the necessary hardware for Zoll metrics if you are running Zoll. Nice. What is different about the hardware between those? Let's take a moment. Let's take a moment here. Point this down here. Let's move this away. Let's give the cats a treat, and maybe that'll calm them down a little bit. There we go. You guys want a treat? No, this is, here you go. You get your own. Hey, right here. There you go. Give you one more. Thank you to Apollo. I'm still working through the treats. There we go. Now maybe they'll calm down a little bit. I don't know. There are some specialized M2 heat sets. Thank you. Okay. trying the snappy while getting through the Zoll mod build. Heiko Jones, thank you for becoming a member. At least Clipper gets some instruction with kits. Retrofitting for rep firmware is even more fun. Yeah, that's true. So, okay. Let's go back maybe here. Yeah. Let's turn that off. It's back up near the chair would be. The chair back a little further back so he's not as likely to claw me. Hey, Ulrich. Okay, so we have, oops, let's go back here since we're going to be doing heat sets. Hey, the Dr. Info. Hoodwink. What do we have here? Okay, we have those D2F switches that we stole the levers off of for the turtleneck. We have a filametric spare fastener, so I don't want to touch that one to begin with. And then we've got some screws and some roll-in nuts for the, what part of that is it? Okay. Chain screws. I want heat sets. Oh, here's the M2 heat sets, which we're not going to need, so I'm going to set those aside. Hey, Kegel. Supervisor is right there. A set screw, which I'm... Okay. We will go through all of this. Hey. I will be careful with him up here when I turn on that iron. Okay. So we have 8 heat sets here. We're going to use 5 right in this piece. What do we have here? Heat set insert flanged. What in the world is that for? Flanged heat set insert. I've never seen those. Contains stuff for multiple types of cutter kits. Yep, that's fine. There's more M2s. Now, should this have enough heat sets for a full Clockwork 2 build? Because we're gonna need, we're using 5 of the 8 that we have here in this. We're gonna use 1 more in here, so that's 6. We've got the bumper, 7, 8. Then we got 2 over here, 9, 10. Looks like we might be short 2 if you wanted to do all of it. Yes? Hey, Alexander. Use the flanged ones in automotive use. They're a bit more robust. Nice. I didn't know they existed. We got some bearings. We have quite a few bearings of different sizes, it looks like. 5.5 and 5 millimeter. Oh, blades. We got the cutting blades. So let's set those up out of the way. Washers, spring. Okay, this is what we're gonna go with. Now we are, if we're short 2 heat sets, or do we have 2 heat sets in the bag here that would make up for it in the spares? Yep, there's exactly 2 more heat sets. So if I add all of those and I'm not missing something else, then with the spares, we have just enough to do the Clockwork 2, the entirety. So where did my... Okay. Hey, TJ3D. Thank you for providing the mesh skirts. They are coming out nicely. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Okay, we have got all of these to do. Right here. How has folks' last week been? I didn't get as much. I mean, I never get as much done as I want to get done. But I didn't cut the bottom panel. I went to get started on it yesterday and ran into some questions and I didn't get very far. Hey Vooks, welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for making the entire manual cards clickable. Much appreciated. I think I'm about to get maybe a visitor on my back. Hey Zarp. I have two assistants here. I need to search for them all over the internet. Yeah. Spent my day yesterday working on another ERCF build since my box drill has gotten delayed in shipping. Uh-oh. Okay, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the fifth one? Oh yeah, that's something that's different about these. M5 heat sets. That's... Yep. So there is one on the bottom. So this gives, I think, a firm spot for the cutter to push the filament against, instead of pushing against plastic. So we're making extra sure that that's nice and straight and right at flush. Yeah. Okay, so that's the 5 in there. Moving this out of the way, so should have, oh, holy moly, never mind. There's more in here than I thought. So we are quite a few heat sets short. Also one in the top. What? Might be one short actually, one in the top. Where in the top? Where in the top? That doesn't get a heat set in there. I aren't there yet. Oh, one in the top of this. You're right. There's one right there in the tool head. Yeah. You're playing in the future. I'm in the present here. Okay, I've got extras. I've got a few extra heat sets, so we're fine. Don't you drill out the heat set the filament goes through? Let's see. Let me make sure I didn't miss something. Be sure to choose a temperature appropriate. Install 5 heat set inserts. Hot things are hot. Nope, nope, nope. You can't go there. See? Uh-oh. I don't know what Oscar is looking at. I was worried he might be trying to get up on top of Phoenix. Not sure if it's needed, but I drilled that bottom one out to minimize drag. Not sure if that is called out in the manual. The downside of knowing the whole thing. Well, yeah. Okay, I don't see anything about drilling out heat sets. So let's go ahead and get all of these in, buddy. Are we just doing, we will get as far as we can. I'm sure we're not gonna finish the build today. We will not be doing a multi-filament print today. So I expect that we will get through building this tool head, getting it on the printer, doing a extrusion multiplier calibration, and then we'll go back to doing the final prep to actually plug the box turtle into the printer. So we're basically building a stealth burner tool head setup. This page you do not have to redo if you have an existing clockwork. Oh, this part. This part you mean? This motor plate? Oh, I'm not actually showing. Know that using the heat set press is riveting. Wow, heat sets, not rivets. Okay, those are the two that go in under flush by about 1 millimeter. Oh, one more here. I haven't built a Clockwork 2 in a while. Most of my newer builds of this type have been Galileo 2. The motor plate doesn't change, provided you have the latest version, yeah. But that's the one that was revised quite a while ago. I'm gonna go ahead and put the heat set in here. We are out of the included heat sets. Is that noted that if you're doing this, you might want some extra heat sets? Is that noted in the issues? I don't know. It's not a major issue, but heat sets are so cheap. Here. I'm currently trying to figure out why I knew Galileo 2 is skipping. Oh, yeah. I think Oscar thinks he needs new treats. He needs more treats. Hi. Fun thing, keep an eye out. My Core 1 is sitting over at the DHL depot right now. Not delivered on Friday, so it'll be here tomorrow. Eclipse, thanks for the gifted memberships. 50 of them, wow, thank you. What's the name to that heat set press? This is the VLMP from Vector 3D. The other one I have is the Zero Press from Iconic Lab. Choose your own adventure dramatically changes one's BOM for the ending build. For sure. Okay, and then let's put, while we have the heat set thing, I want to get this done and out of the way. We've got a few heat sets to put in here. So we'll see this later in the manual, but I'm gonna put all the heat sets in. There's an extra one here for the, I imagine for the cutter pivot point. Can you guys hear Oscar meowing occasionally? He's purring like mad though. It's not displeased. You buying the kit for the Core 1? I purchased an upgrade kit. I'm not expecting to build a full Core 1 kit. I think the upgrade kit is going to basically satisfy that need, since you need to fully disassemble a Mark IVS. So, and I don't need I don't have space for that many core ones. Okay, and then one in the top. Oscar is sitting here. I don't know if I can get he's done. But he was holding his arms over the printer and I could see him from under here and he was just looking down at me like this. It's hilarious. Hey Timur. Can you put some extra heat sets near where the extruders mount? Maybe that's why you ran out. No? I mean, I'm just pulling the heat sets out of the, well, hi Oscar. Yeah, it's okay. You'd rather see Oscar than me. What's coming out of the Filamatrix bag? Hey, Endless. See, the Inspector General is watching your work very closely. Both of them. They're both interested. I'd move that bin of heat sets. Well, let's get this thing in, and then I'm gonna try to find a spot for the press that's not gonna, while it cools down, so I don't have to, there we go. Hey, buddy. Okay, you go way back here. There we go. Okay. Cats are not likely to run into that. Which version of Filamatrix did you use? Find the manual lacking on naming convention in the repo. Have you been to the Box Turtle Filamatrix? Not Filamatrix. Filamatrix. Go over there. Okay, so those heat sets are done. Kelvin, thanks for becoming a member. Justin, welcome. What do we got? Spectra. It won't come as what the other kits come. It comes more like a XK. I don't know what that is. I'm lost. Hey, punk. It's all my stuff up there. Well, that's not good. No, that's not for you. Okay, I can't read chat now. I'm lost too because it's Sunday. How many people do we have here? Super Bowl Sunday. How many people do we have? Almost 400. Wow. 350. Leviosa, not Leviosa. I did, but I still find it a bit cumbersome. It's way better than it was. I'll tell you that. Cat wrestling. Yeah. Okay, I got those heat sets in. We can bolt this together. So, pull out. So this is basic. I always clean up. Clean up the mating surfaces. Things will fit together better that way. Especially small parts like this. It's almost unavoidable to have little bits of plastic sticking up. Does the LDO kit contain the Filamatrix mod? Yes, it does. It contains the hardware for several. Filamatrix, the Zoll, and something else. Was it Dragon Burner stuff or? PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. They are all over the place today. Holy moly. What's going on? Oh, this is a little different, isn't it? Yeah, this is modified a bit. Okay, so nice tight gap there, and we've got an M3 by 16. So M3 by 16, does it include that? Okay, 18. I don't think it includes the hardware. I mean, okay. It doesn't appear to include the base hardware for the Clockwork 2 build, which is a good clarifying point. It includes the extra stuff. Is that accurate? It includes the extra stuff you need for these different tool heads that you wouldn't already have as part of a kit or a previous build or whatever. It's extra stuff. Got it. That makes sense. So now the heat sets issue is not an issue anymore because you would, well, I think you're rebuilding these things. I think the screws, it's reasonable not to. I think heat sets are cheap and should have extra heat sets. You can reclaim them, but that's okay. So we need a M3x16 socket head. It's 12. And you guys are terrors today. A spare spray and a couple more blades would be nice. Okay. My spring went flying one day and I found it 3 days later in my hoodie pocket. Yes, this is going to be one of those days with kittens. Chaos cats, yep. Okay, so I did purchase for this the new Bondtech OEM IDGA gears for the tool head. So we are going to pull those out. That, okay. So we are to grease the, you after. So one way to grease these is to inject one of them with, inject one of them with grease and then push the shaft in and push it through both, holding it on the end. And see there how it just squeezes out, and then I just kind of cover the rest of it. That's how I generally do it. Push that in there. Hey, Paul from the UK. Is Filametric CW2 only and no GW? No, there's support for several. And by support, let's do big giant air quotes of support, because these are kind of outside of the main Box Turtle project. They have documented Clockwork 2 to a greater degree as kind of a baseline. And that's why we're going with Clockwork 2. But there is filament cutter support for for both. I know a printed part ended up under the printer. I heard Oscar playing with it. Hey, Johnny. Jeff. So this little stinker here, this little stinker has decided that the most fascinating thing in the world is the waste chute on the litter robot. So he will wait until it cycles and opens the waste chute, and he goes down and tries to play in there. That's been his thing the last few days. I'm trying to break him of that. Why do you need an IDGA gear? You don't. You do not. I purchased these to go a little extra on the build. You do not need these. Just regular Bondtech gear set, BMG gear set is fine. I purchased these because I wanted to. So, did Charlie ever went into the printers? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Charlie liked to crawl in the printers. I mean, my YouTube profile pic is Charlie inside of the development Trident, sticking his head out at me. So. Let's get a picture. Oh yeah, oh boy, that was perfect. Straight looking at me. Straight looking at me. I'll post this right now on, I don't often do this, but I'll post this right now on my Discord. I don't think, yeah, there's nothing in the background that matters. Pet pictures. That turned out really good for a quick snap. I'm gonna send this over to the family. Cats have warrants, yep. Now I noticed that they have air tags. Oh yes. Felix got out on Halloween night. After that, we got air tags for him. You guys want this to go for a 5th stream, right? Okay, let's get we'll reuse the spring off the Clockwork 2 that's in here. Oh, that's the part that went under, huh? Yep, there it is. What's this thing? Quick. Yeah, the Z height is just about perfect for Felix, isn't it? You want in there too, don't you? He really wants in there. He is skittish. That means 5 kits to give away. Not enough room? You don't approve? Are you out of here? Bye. Oh boy, the next step installs a micro switch into the extruder body. The wires are not pre-soldered because it doesn't know what tool head board you're going to use or if you're going to use one. Hey Gerard. I just don't want him to be chewing on the wiring or the PTFE in there. If using tool head board, you may have to bend the connectors on the switch to avoid any interference. Okay. So next, I'm gonna put in. I'm wondering. So we've got this. And we've got a switch that goes in here. I think I can put that switch in there. It's all the way back there. Maybe do this. There we go. I think I can put that switch in there and get to it and do all the soldering I need. So let's go ahead and put this in. Startled. So we've got which size bearing? 5.5 millimeter bearing. There's 2 of them that are included. There was 5s and 5.5s. And it did include 4. There are 2 different versions of this out there. There's one with a single sensor on top, pre-BMG gears, and then there's one with 2, one on top and one post-BMG gears. The setup I chose to go with is a single, based on the basic workable configuration, recommended setup. That's what I do, solder with the switch installed. Seems easier to me too. Wait a second, is that a Phoenix back there? When did I miss that one? That Phoenix has been back there for a year now. Is G2 better than CW2, or should I not bother when I get the box turtle kit? I like Galileo 2. It's a very good extruder. It's on most of my printers. In fact, I think this will be my only Clockwork 2. No, my Charlie wire has a Clockwork 2 on it, but okay, switches. It does include both switches in case you do both the 2 switch setup. Hey, Shadell. Can you do another stream where he changes to G2E and gives away another? You don't own... OmniFixo is so handy. I'm going to use it when I put this together, I think. Okay, so there's... Oops. The side that the bearing is in is the side you want the little switch actuator to be on. It goes in there, and then we've got some 2x10 self-tappers. Did the double switch version, but only using first switch in the setup so far. Yeah, and although there are, so this has a Nighthawk SB toolhead board on it. In total, there are enough inputs on it to do all three, or both switches. I would have to do some wiring I'm not really thrilled with. So, hey Clabby. Have to design a Huron Voron style, specially made for the cats. So, okay. This. Hope that, oh shoot. Did that really just drive right in there? Here's something to be, apparently something to be careful of. Let's look at this. Oh yeah, something to be very careful of. How many people have done that? I just destroyed that switch. I just destroyed that switch. It was not inserted in there all the way, and it drove the screw into the side and popped it apart. Something to be careful of, but hey, we get to see the inside of a switch. Look at that. There's our little contacts. This is that's showing you the outside is normally closed. Press to open, and if you wire to the center, it's open. Press to close. Yep. Oops. Where's the... I don't know where the little actuator went. Oh, there it is. Little itty bitty thing. Wonder if this would pop back together. You did that too? Here, let me get some tweezers. Let me see if this will pop back together. Okay. So that goes there. All I really did is pop the case off of this. So let me just squeeze that. Oh, okay, well. Get this a little closer. Yeah, all I really did. Oh no, it broke. It broke the it broke the tabs on the body here, so it won't go back together. Oh well. Okay, just put that there. I got 2 chances. What's the other one? Where did I put the other one? There it is. Lost audio. What? Lost audio? No, audio's there. Yeah, it came with 2. So if you're... Hey, JC. Good thing for the safety stuff. Yeah. It did trigger every time. It's been fine. Audio's happy. Okay. Hey, Troy. Okay, let's try this again, but being more careful. I could tell that it wasn't lined up when I was doing that. But now we'll pay a little more attention. And actually it looks like it needs to be, for this one, it needs to be all the way in. There we go. Needed to be all the way in, and it wasn't pushed all the way in. It was kind of neat to see the inside of the switch though, right? For drop parts search service, be warned there's no guarantees. What tool head board are you using? This is the LDO Nighthawk SB. We installed that when we did this whole mod setup on this green V2 here. I'm looking for some filament because I want to do a quick check to see if that's triggering. So this should be able to. Yeah, that's a bit of force to get it through there, but this also isn't. This is normally going to be cut straight, so let's just cut it straight because the cutter is going to do that. Yeah, that's not bad. There was a little bit of blob on that one because I hadn't cut it after the last time I printed, so that goes in pretty nice. After getting it screwed in, test with filament, see if you hear the click. Yeah, I'm there already, Reth. I got it. I got it. PTFE also inserts deeper into the filametric CW2 body to better position the filament for the gears. Yeah, this hole in here is a lot deeper in the middle there than on regular clockwork. It does vibrate in there. Do you see that in the input shaper results? The bearing vibrating? I bet you do. Have you seen that, Reth? Which one did you go with? Okay. And then we do regular clockwork 2 stuff. There. The other side in here. No, not much actually. Good. Did you see the BTT MMU clipper compatible coming out in a few months? Yeah, I saw that at Form Next. Big Tree Tech was showing it off. Bearing won't vibrate with filament in it though. Oh, that's true. And you're right. Now that you say that, Cheesy Potato, I saw someone mention the possibility of that vibrating, but then in like the next sentence or whatever, they said if filament's in there, you just run your thing with filament in the spot. Yeah. That makes sense. We don't have to do this because we're using the IDGA. Now be careful. Be careful when you purchase these Bondtech. If you go this route, where was it? Where'd the packaging go for that? Is it underneath you? No. If you go the route of the IDGA setup, it can be a little confusing as to what you should buy. Where did that go? Where did the packaging for that go? You want the OEM IDGA version. and it's 15679 or something like that is the SKU number. When you do these can be confusing because you got the RIDGA and the IDGA and 15169. What did I say? Probably not that, but SKU 15169 is what you want if you're doing a Clockwork 2 in a stealth burner setup. How does it work with CAN bus with board, Manta, M8P, CAN bus toolhead, and then running box turtle on CAN bus? It's just like any other CAN bus device. So we will be running CAN on this. Integrated drive gear assembly. That sounds right. That sounds right. So anyway, it can be a little confusing. Bondtech's site does have a pretty good chart on what things are compatible with what. So just be careful you order the right one. Otherwise things may not line up correctly. It's worth using real Bondtech parts. Most clones have. A lot of them do. I think if you can be assured that your alternate parts come from like Runis or something, then it's probably a better chance of them being okay. But for guarantee, the cost difference isn't significant. It's just better. I swapped a year ago and ordered 3 more immediately. It's just guaranteed to be concentric. Instead of having, if this is 2 pieces and you have a set screw going in one side, any clearance that you have to have in order to put the gear over this shaft, it's pulling that gear to one side to some degree. Having it all machined as one piece guarantees that it's going to be perfectly concentric. So, okay, we're going to sandwich those together. Then what were those? Then 3x25s. There we go. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Do it real quick because I don't think I did this before. Little bits. And then there's some raised spots here, so you got to be extra careful when you're doing any of this on this motor piece. Just getting the high spots. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and do your soldering first before marrying these 2 pieces. That is a good idea. Although this gives me a little more stable. But what we really need to do is get the old tool head apart so I can grab the tool head board. Put these out of the way. Oh, okay, let's start pulling this apart. Don't have any filament in there. Hey all, and Stu, the GP's wife here. Hey! The GP's 40th birthday yesterday. The big 4-0. We need a big giant happy birthday, the GP's, from everyone. Bearded Printer, thanks for the gifted memberships. A big giant happy birthday, and look at that. My Welsh socks. My Welsh socks. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this one. And then what's the difference between IDGA and RIDGA? RIDGA is when that Bondtech gear here, this part is reversed, where the filament path is to the inside and the mating gear is to the outside. Reverse IDGA. Hey, Stephen B. Okay. Let's see, we've got two-piece board there. We're just going to leave all of this as it is. We don't need to do anything with that. Get in here. What is integrated drive gear assembly? Sounds right. IDGA. I heard a rumor that the effect that yesterday was the birthday. Yesterday was the GP's birthday. Oh, just pulling all the connectors here. Go, and okay, that should pull this, right? Oh, to snip a zip tie here. Go. And use these. Can you tell a bit about your mod that removes Z-chain on 2.4? Well, this is a thing that I kind of worked on, took inspiration from other parts, I think some heart K stuff and whatnot. I can show you here in a bit what I did. This is the Revo PZ, so I need to be careful. I don't pull on the ribbon cable too hard, and I need to get it disconnected. So there's a little zip tie in here. I gotta be really careful about pulling. That, and it's gonna have to come all the way up. I do not like this Revo PZ mount that I made for the Vitali lightweight X carriage. It is fiddly to work with. But here is the assembly now. So pull that out. Yeah, this little setup here, I'm not happy with. I was playing around in CAD yesterday to see if I could come up with anything quick, and I didn't come up with anything. Didn't come up with anything yet. I'm having issues with your PZ mount. Oh, having no issues. So is that, I don't know that I've published. Did you get this one? I've sent this to a couple of people, but I haven't published it because I don't like it. The printed X carriage one is also mine, the one that E3D published. And that one works fine. That's what I have on my Trident. Revo PZ is a piezoelectric Z probe. Oh shoot. Okay. That's something I'll have to deal with for next stream. It's P-E-I-Z-O is, I think, how you spell it. Hey, flying gyroscope. You had asked me for it, okay. And you're fine with it. That's good. That's good to hear. I think it's too fiddly to install. I still want to tweak it. What I realized is I don't have a ready-made, ready-to-go umbilical mount for Clockwork 2. I'll have to figure out what I want to do for that. 'Cause I made this for this printer. I need to make an alternate one for Clockwork 2. And I need to figure out if I need to change my length of my umbilical there. Okay, so then we can pull the tool headboard off of here, and we can get an idea on where things are going to plug in. Oh, I don't have that either. Man, I'm failing. I failed. I don't have the little board spacer. I'm sure I have one somewhere that I can grab. Does the filament cutting system you're using have a version for G2E? It does. It does, but I made the decision to go with Clockwork 2 instead. Okay, a couple of things here. So we have this, and this goes here. So this tool headboard is going to go in here. And yeah, as you see, those pins for the switch immediately are pressed against the back side of the board, which is a bad thing. So what I want to do is probably, if I bend them back, I'm going to run into interference with this heat set. So I think I'm going to bend them all forward and then solder the wires coming back. And I will just sneak the wires up through here and plug into the probe port. I'm using the XY stepper port here. Someone else's build might be better to use one of these. There's XY, ground, and 5 volts in this connector. I'm using this because I needed 5 volts for the Revo PZ, because bad things happens when you feed it an extra 19 volts that this port gives. But since this is just a dumb switch, we don't have to use the 24 volt side of this. We'll just use the signal and ground side. No extra 19 volts. Yep. 19 extra volts is bad for 5 volt devices. The L-shaped board spacer will work. I just didn't print it. I gotta find one. I'm sure I have one around here somewhere. So I'm using the probe port for the filament switch. Okay, it's good for content. Let me see if I have one of those. And I've started keeping like generic extra parts, like controller mounts and stuff that doesn't really matter, that I don't really need to reprint for every build. I don't think I have that though in those parts, but I'm checking just in case. Extra bits and pieces. Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't think so, so I gotta look elsewhere or print one. Super hard to get Revo PZ, has been out of stock for more than a month now. I don't know what the status on when they're getting more. Wired the probe to the filament sensor and the filament sensor to the probe. I had to add a diode to the filament sensor port or it wouldn't work. Okay, let's see. Looking for my miscellaneous bits and pieces for that. I may have to print one real quick. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to print one. Such a little thing to forget. Okay, let's get a printer heating up. That. Let's get a clean the bed real quick. Do it on the gray Trident here. And there. It's a black filament. Okay. We need extra time, right? See, this printer has a Gates type idlers. Do you have any printers using the generic ones that are larger in diameter and shorter in height? I do not. I do not. Philistruder has the Riva PZ kit in stock. Philistruder is a good source. What? Don't want to print on the Phoenix. Hey, RJ. Okay, let me bump this up. Bump out the filament. I was doing some test prints of the new 3D Sets torque gearbox. They changed the gearbox design, so I was printing it in ABS. See how it turned out. Hey, Francois. The printer now has a beautiful outer surface. That's awesome. That's good to hear that that fixed it. I'm sorry, Nira. I'm working on my blue V2 because where is it? One of my Y rails, the cause of the is this the one? Yeah. The cause of the print layer shifting I was getting is, I don't know if you can see that amount of movement, but this is moving in this direction. It should never have any noticeable move in that direction. It is worn out. So I'm rebuilding it. I put new rails on it. I picked up some rails from KB3D and rebuilding it. And I'm going to try a Eddy Duo connected via CAN. I just picked this up from Amazon because I needed it quick. Eddy Duo connected via CAN with the Eddy NG, is that what it's called? It's a contact style probing that I want to play with. So this will be my first experience with a Eddy sensor style probe in Clipper. I've set it up on RepRap firmware, but not in Clipper. So we'll see how this works. When is the giveaway for a box turtle? We have an hour and a half, a little over an hour and a half to go. The link is in the description. Yeah. Almost 450 people here. Not quite half likes. That linear rail, so that is my Blue V0 is a beta V2 kit. So it's 3 years old now. As of this month, or actually I started that build in December. It's 3 years old, and it is an LDO rail that failed. Eddie is pretty good, at least on my switch wire. That. Oh, really? On your switch wire? That's interesting. If it's using the Prusa bed, because that's individual magnets, and I would expect to have issues with that. Get some heat reflecting tape for Eddie. It makes a world of difference. Okay. I'm not gonna install or set it on stream. I don't have time. I don't have room in the schedule to do it, and I need to get it done. I need that printer back up and working. East Power Engineering. Hey, from Kenya. Welcome. We are going to, so Daniel and I are doing the, oh, and let me unload this filament, get this filament unloaded and swapped. Daniel and I are planning the Tic Tac builds, and we are going to be using the Mellow toolhead boards with their eddy current sensor. So we are planning on using those and doing that whole setup on stream. Hey Pedro, hey Heshu, and Pico, and Steven. I get this filament swapped. Is that the BD sensor? I don't know. It is the same LPC whatever sensor that most of them are using. Oh. All of this for what's going to be about a 3-minute print, if that. Extrude. It's extruding. There we go. Extrude. Hey Arch CD. I have the BD sensor on 2 printers and it is nice. It just have to Duo 2. Wanted to test it out as well. Cool. What do I have over here? This is what I did yesterday. This is a extrusion for the Tic Tac. I did the drilling and tapping and cutting and counter boring for that. So that's all done. Also use Cardo software with the LDO if you're having hassles. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with the Eddy NG stuff. You won't see some other things on here. They've got their spots. Felix is here and Oscar is down here. 10mm counterbore. It's whatever the counterbore bit was, but it's fine for an M5 socket head. It's got extra room. Nice if the Eddy probe had a contact mode for auto Z offset. It sort of does. It's in development by a third party, and that's what we're going to be trying. And it's not just the Eddy probe. It supports all of those probes. So Okay. Okay. That is good. Let's get this thing sliced up. Let's just do this. Self burner, GitHub. Also link on Discord if possible. Yeah, remind me after stream. STLs, Clockwork 2. I need the little PCB spacer. This is all we're missing. I don't know if beacon support was added to Clipper from... I don't think so. I think it's still an add-on. I think all of these are... I'm not sure. Like I said, this is my first dive into that on Clipper. So let's save this. Let's just throw it in down. Whatever. Hey, Nurse Kate. Welcome. Hey, Bob. Time to heat the whole printer for this small print. That's why I need to get one of my V0s hooked up out here. That would have been a better use of this, but that's okay. Let's go all the way down here. Oops, not that one. The gray trident. We're gonna use Polymaker ABS and profile. Downloads, PCB spacer, and we'll do a few of them just to spread out the, let's just do 4 of them. I'll have them in my little drawer here. Extras in my drawer won't be a bad thing. You know, my chance if it exists, one tool head like those on the Voron printer, but for VZ bot. There are all sorts of mods out there. Anything you can think of, someone's probably made. So, do and start. Make sure it's homing correctly. Okay, I'd had some early senseless homing triggering issues. Core 1 can live in the garage. Core 1 is going to be here. Yep. I want 3 printers on this little stand here though. So. No, the chat window comments disappear when you refresh the page in Chrome. Really? My original intent on this little stand I'm building, still building, was to put the Mark IV in the enclosure on top. And then a V0 on the middle shelf and this gray trident on the bottom shelf. But I think I'm gonna mix that up a bit. Not exactly sure, but I'm probably not gonna keep the Mark IV there in the enclosure just because it takes up so much space. The print head on this, that's a Zoll XOL. And that is the 3DO camera on that printer. The 3DO chamber camera. So my process here, Danny, is very user interactive. Let's put it that way. My print start process is very manual. That is a macro. All that macro basically does is home, do Z-tilt, and then home again. My print start, my actual print start out of the slicer, does the adaptive meshing and all that kind of stuff. Zoll is not a camera mod. Zoll is this tool head. The camera that's no signal now, there we go, is a 3DO camera. Okay, let's just go here, slice it. We got an 8-minute print, which is probably gonna take about 5 for 4 of those. Upload and print. And then we can go watch that. Ordered my Core 1 kit last week. Now trying to convince the wife I need a Cocoa press. Nice. Have you looked at A4T toolhead? I don't know what that is. So probably not. This LDO camera is, or the 3DO camera has been fine. You see that signal issue, but I think that's the connection, the actual connector on there. Hey, Slunky Kong. It's an updated Zol. It's so hard to keep up with this stuff. So hard to keep up. Yeah, that's a great question, Armor 3D. What is different? Oh, yeah, we got 5 minutes to kill. A4T Toolhead GitHub. Let's see if that brings us anything. GitHub Armchair Heavy. That must be it. I've been wondering how 3DO lens angle works on a Trident. That's a 250 Trident, so keep in mind that's a 250 Trident. Another 4010 toolhead. Oh, I was not aware of this. Looking after Zol and transferring it into Zol toolhead. I thought it was about time I tried. See if I could design something from scratch. Who is the main developer on this? DW Taz. Supposedly easier assembly and better quality of life. I will look into this a little closer. Dual 4010 blower fans, high flow and some UHF hot ends. I've got a Rapido, just the high flow, not the UHF configuration. Kind of ugly in my opinion. I mean, it's a matter of perspective, matter of opinion for sure. I wouldn't call this that's on here gorgeous either. It's not, I mean, it is what it is. It seems to be functional. Hopefully my first layer here sticks good. It is pink and purple. I am definitely, the biggest reason I would go over and be looking at this is to see what the assembly process feels like. I mean, we build here, right? What is the assembly? What is the sequence, the assembly process? How well is wiring accounted for? That kind of stuff is all neat to see. There are many that is an afterthought and can be fiddly. I need that on a mug. It's fiddly. Hey, Brian. So I always do 2 layers on my skirt there. Makes it easier to pull off if I have too close of a first layer. So less fiddlies with the LEDs too, much easier to get them in on the A4T. What advantages does a Zol have over Stealth Burner? It's supposed to be lighter, right? And it's got dual 4010 fans that are closer to the ducts. So it's supposed to have better cooling. You use the A4T as inspiration for your tool head. And it feels like a tank. Okay. Well, I'll get around to, at some point I'll get around to printing the parts for that and see what I think. Fiddly should be the ant heads theme. I did print, so on that same theme, I printed this just to get a general idea of the tool head, of the assembly process. So this is the ant head, which I will be putting on my Micron when we do a rebuild of that. And the intent is to do the Micron rebuild on a stream, but it'll probably be this summer before I get to it. Now, just looking at this, I haven't actually done an install, and I think this is fiddly in that you have to do some of the install in situ on the printer, if I'm hearing things correctly. I also don't see a lot of like zip tie points or any zip tie points for wiring. We'll see. Hey, Takuya, welcome. Thanks for being here. Just got the Optibot cam for the wife's stream. Steve's officially an influence on the whole house. Nice. This will be a That, yeah, on the ant head tool head I just showed you, that is Galileo 2 based extruder on top. Very fiddly and a bugger to install. Okay. Hopefully by the time I go to actually install it, there will be revisions to fix that. Only mods that didn't fit nice for me. It's going to be a pain to fix stuff on. In situ is a funny word, isn't it? Hey Sven. Michael, welcome. Finally got to a live stream. What do we got? Almost 500 people here. Still haven't quite hit that 50% likes. Maybe we can fix that. And if you're not subscribed, I got a boost of subscribers yesterday. Did anybody watch Daniel Modbot's video on the Fiberon PPSCF? I got 31 subscribers. That's a lot for me for a day, a single day, and I attribute it wholly to the shout out that Daniel gave me on his video there. With boop on my Micron, it's a very specific sequence to install it and wire it. Yeah. There. Now we've hit a greater than 50% like to viewer ratio. We're good. We need more. We'll take more, but we've hit a goal. I like the sound. Isn't it interesting? The big demonstration that Polymaker has at the shows is they have cowbells made out of that plastic. And it is very metallic sounding. What are we at? Already 62%. Frederick, thanks for the gifted memberships. I think I have 2 rolls of that PPSCF. I need to get the high temp Revo I have on a printer. Like to see more videos on these engineering materials, gives a better idea if they match their data sheet. How are you liking that Zoll toolhead setup now that you have had it for a while? I've had it for a while. I haven't done a ton of printing on it. Now, Bill Brothers here will attest that it prints really nice. At the speeds that it prints really nice. This is a print that I did at Orange County Maker Fair on that printer, and Bill will tell you this. What did this take, like an hour? This was right at an hour for this Flexi Dragon thingy. But looking here, let's show off the OBSBot cam a bit, because it looks fantastic. So the reason I haven't used the printer much is more about wanting to set up a filament or a profile at this speed and finding a spot for the printer. But this was, like I said, this is ABS. This was an hour. Yeah. But that printer also has the double T 9mm belt mod. It has long shaft steppers with supported shafts. It's got higher belt tension. It's got all the mods. I think part of it is the 9mm belts as well. So be careful there, Kitrell. So Rapido handled 340C just fine. If that's not a PT1000 Rapido, don't run it over 300. You need the PT1000 or a PT100 thermistor to support over 300C. Now I'm sure you're good. I'm guessing that's a PT1000. But just for the general audience that might read that and say, hey, I can take my Rapido up to 350, not if it doesn't have the correct thermistor. The silicone sock isn't good up to those temperatures either, yeah. So, and in general, For instance, the Revo, the Obsidian nozzle, don't take those over 300. Revo or E3D makes a Revo nozzle specifically designed to go up to their, I think they're 400 or 500 C max. So you can get away with heavier tool head gantry as well now, as long as everything else is rigid enough. I don't know if Zoll supports a 3DO nozzle cam. That would have to be a mod out there, and then that would depend. That would be be dependent on the quality of that mod. Just see if I can just pop one of these off of here. Come on. It's too hot now. Let me let that cool off. We'll put it on the quartz table and that'll cool it off real quick. Silicone and PTFE breakdown and release very unhealthy fumes at high temps. So that's why the Revo, the high temp Revo stuff doesn't have a sock available for it. I don't know where it is. I have it around here somewhere. Like this? No. It's a PZ. You don't want it near you. If you have birds, they might suffer from it too. Yeah. So anyway, the lesson there, yeah, it's a PT1000. It's just for the general audience watching or reading this, just giving some more context to that. Okay, all of that for this little part. That little part is all we needed. Okay, so we know that that's going to be in the way, especially even with this, because that doesn't, that raises it up just out of the way, but we're going to bend these forward. Just like that. Get my soldering all set up to go. Get my OmniFixo. Hold this up, and then we need some wires and a connector. So 3DO camera has a decent frame rate compared to the Pi 3 cam module, except with USB connection instead of inconvenient flat cable. Do you really need the mid pin? I don't, but I'm not going to break it off or cut it off. What if I want to reuse, I change my mind and I want to reuse that part? I'll leave it. All right, so I need a 3-pin JST. And I need 2 terminals. I am gonna solder it in situ. That's our word of the day, right? We'll just get this all supported, because this is what's really neat about the OmniFixo, is we can grab it in multiple places from multiple angles. Okay, and then I need some wire. So grab my PTFE wire box. Oh, let's grab a black wire. I need more than yay amount. And blue, looks like it's sticking out, so we'll use a blue wire, actually. Style of wire. Oh, there we go. Okay, we'll grab those two. First time I hear the expression was when watching Bill Nye, the Science Guy. Oh. Whoop. There we go. Birds. Okay, outer two wires, outer two terminals is what we are going to use. Let's turn this on. Recommended the Rama idlers for the Trident. I got those planned. Honestly, they're Armor 3D. I would go with the BFIs over, if you're not gonna do the spec ones, just understand that the assembly process, the tensioning process is more fiddly because you have to make sure that your that the tension, you do both screws an even amount and you don't put a tilt on your idler. I'm not a big fan of dual screw setups like that for that reason. If it's configured well, then or if it's adjusted well, then it's going to work great. But I think there are better solutions. Well, there could be better solutions. The spec one has the screw moved. One of the revisions was moving the screw to be in line with the bearing for that reason, with the center line of the bearing. That there are still definitely flaws in the spec idlers though that the BFI seeks to correct. So if you're okay with going through the extra effort and attention to tensioning, then you'll be fine. Forgot to tin the terminals on here. Probably. Stock idlers are good enough for most people. A little bit. Neat way to hold the wire, solder for tinning. Oh, yeah. Takes a little bit of extra dexterity, but where's Felix? Felix is right here. That black blob right there. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. He just stood up. Build this one over. Okay. And I think I may even be able to get a little piece of heat shrink wrap over those. Let's see if we can. You ever tried TIG welding? That dexterity translates a bit. I have not. My dad was a really good welder. I never had things that I really needed to do to build that skill. I've done very little MIG welding, like extremely little, hardly even worth mentioning, but where did that go? I don't have my little little box of heat shrink. Where is it? Where is it? It's set over here. My little box of heat shrink scraps is not right here. Is it in the... Oh, it's not in there. Where is that? For Teflon coated. Oh. Where in the world did those go? Not there. Huh. Well, I know where some other heat shrink is. We have to turn you over to Dancing Max for a moment though. I'll be right back. Okay. Got a box of little heat shrink bits. I think one of these or one of these go over that. So you have the pre-geared sensor. Did you add the post one as well? No, this is just the pre. It's Dancing Felix video. Let's see if these will squeeze over the... This will squeeze over the end. It will. Yeah, that'll work just fine. We'll squeeze over both of them and give a little bit of extra protection. I think there is a... correct me if I'm wrong. So I don't know exactly the whole process here. By the end of this build, I'll have a better answer for whether I think I should have used the post sensor or not. But I think there's minimal benefit to the post sensor, and the recommended build is to go with the single. Although the dual is a possibility, there's extra configuration and stuff involved. It is another hour and 2 minutes, Justin. Hour and 2 minutes. Okay. Currently, only one sensor is really actively used by AFC. Happy Hair prefers the sensors to be post extruder for their own reasons. There we go. So for this project, for AFC, the pre-sensor is actively used. You can always just not use the second one. It's just an extra resistance in the filament path. So I just need really, really short pieces of PTFE here, and I might even cut those a little shorter after I shrink it. But I am gonna throw these on here. Push that on as far as I can. Put the pre-sensor into my tool head for Happy Hair and ERCF, and it works like a charm. There. So, a couple little piece of heat shrink in there. I'm going to use my AC powered heat gun, just because I want to hit it with hotter air quickly, so I don't impact the rest of the part. Hotter air for less time. The smaller mass of the heat shrink will melt before the larger mass of the rest of the plastic is impacted. There. Okay. Do you like that small third hand tool you got sitting there? Oh yeah, this is absolutely fabulous. OmniFixo. OmniFixo. Very handy. Very handy. Okay, so that is done. Now, I'm going to very carefully want to twist these just as I wanted to go, oops, I wanted to go up like this, I think. I'm gonna put a careful twist on these wires, just for wire management purposes. It's gonna go up like that. And if we put, where did my, there it is. Put this in here. Let's go back to our build manual. We need M3 by 25. So what these guys are. No, those are 30s. M3 by 25. Those are 20s. These must be 25s. No, that's not actually cats. Although they can. They can be quite aggressive. Hey Gareth, yep, we're using the Filamatrix. So this is, earlier this week, I had to clean out my gutters. And this is reaching in and getting scraped by the concrete tiles. For the most part, I was using tongs to bring things out, but I had to reach in at one point to try to get something else out of there, and that's all that is. Would the Meow Burner work with Filamatrix? Is that just the cover? Then I don't see why not. The cover doesn't change. So I hope the cover doesn't change. Okay. Put this partially together. Are there any advantages between number 4 blades versus Alpha? Zoll matrix from a box drill. I know other people are using Zoll Matrix as well. I think John is. Was it John or was it someone else? It was, oh no, it was PF is doing Zoll Matrix. Okay, now we've got our tool head and that. What are these just in 3x8s? Go in here. I'm gonna use button heads just to keep things a little tighter. That'll work. There we go. Oh, we don't have that anymore. Don't really like I know the friction fit on this is so that it holds in place, but it also causes problems with cross-threading, can induce cross-threading. Hey, John. I'm just using a reamer to ream out the holes in here. Yeah, there we go. Kitties are, oh, hey, there we go. I'm gonna let that happen. Felix is being the aggressor. Felix is not often the aggressor. They are doing their thing. Oh, Oscar got the upper hand. Got Charlie on the clock in the background. Okay. So now this guy. Nope, that way. This out of the way. There we go. Okay, so everything is clearing in there, and this is just going to come up and plug in right there. So shouldn't need much more than that. Anything else we can tuck out of the way. So go ahead and cut this. Whoa, what was that? Oh. They just knocked something over. No big deal. No big deal. What are we doing? So I think we can now tell that the Super Bowl has about 100 viewer impact on the stream. We were right at about 600 at this point last week. We're right at 500 this week. So we have about 100 people who think the Super Bowl is more exciting than this. We have 100 people who are weird. 100 people who don't have their priorities straight. Okay. Better odds on the box turtle. Hey Garrett, welcome. 20% off a hot sauce without any coupons or anything, right? I will watch. Most years I'll watch. I don't pay attention. I don't have a team. Game doesn't start for another 3 hours. Not only weird, but also lack a second screen. Well, people travel. So Super Bowl parties. So there's a chance. So here's what I'll ask. Am I on the pregame screen at any parties? That's the question. Maybe some of these views are like 5 people watching. Okay. Let's look at the LDO docs, and I already have them up here. So let's put a quick link in chat. What's in this Super Bowl? Is it soup? I'm ready for both. Watching you on my phone and football on TV. There we go. I'm fine with that. Okay, so that is where I'm at right now. And we're gonna plug it into the probe port here. I've got my Revo PZ plugged into the XY stop board, and I don't really want to run one connector off to 2 different things because it just becomes a pain if I don't have to. Potentially, if you were out of stuff, you can use some of these solder in connectors in the corner. You can solder in a terminal there. Wife and kids have to watch. So we're going to use the probe, and we're just going to grab the top 2 pins, it looks like. Looks like GPIO 10 and ground, and we're going to make sure we don't plug in to 24 volts there. Is it possible to use the FS port on the Nighthawk? Yeah, down here, here's the FS port. Let's zoom in. Oop. Yeah, this is the there's a little header here, solder pads. You can solder in either some DuPonts, or I don't know if the spacing might be okay for a JST connector, but you're gonna cover up those that you don't use. A little 4-pin 2x2 DuPont would plug in there. You might have to play around with because there's not a lot of spacing here. That's where that is, and it's covered up by this. So. Hey, J.A. Make a little jumper. You can do all kinds of things, yeah. So. Okay, oh, I guess we can just do this. So this guy plugs in here, and the 2 top pins firming on the back. 2 top pins are what I want, so we're just gonna go. Oops. Here and there. Okay. Here and there. Dropped. This will come around. Plug in right there. 2 top pins. This is out of the way. And that is filament sensor wired. Which hot end is a good choice these days for a Varon 2.4 upgrade? I have a standard flow Dragon on it now. Well, what are your goals? So that's really a question of goals. What do you want to do? There's lots of options out there right now. There's lots of good options out there. Question for chat, I have four-wheel drive, or quad XY Trident. Any recommendations for an umbilical cord setup? I set one up on the build series for that gray Trident. If you go back and check that series. It's hard to keep up. Okay, now we can go back. So we've got that wired in. So now let's keep going with the assembly. So what do we have here? Drive gear alignment. Let's check the drive gear alignment. To be honest, drive gear alignment could be better. That is all the way over. No, it's okay. I do think it probably could be better. Now, keep in mind that I'm not going to be able to. Keep in mind the camera is going to be very hard to get a straight on shot of that. But it does look, for the view right there, the BMG gear path looks to be slightly right, very slightly. So, and this does not, it does move a little bit. It does float, it still floats a little bit, but at its extreme, it seems that it's very slightly right. So, but I think it'll be okay, is what I'm saying. I think it'll be okay. Okay, next, I'm gonna put in an ECAS fitting, and I am going to, yeah, I'm gonna grab one once. Shift this guy over. Back over. Kapton tape between the board and the switch. No, because I put the heat shrink on, and there is tons of space there. Here, look, there's tons of space there. There's no chance that that's going to short out. And see, I put little pieces of heat shrink on there. There's all kinds of space. Any reason not to fix the gear alignment? I can't fix the gear alignment. That's the reason. I can't. It's a machined in part. It's the IDGA. So that whole shaft is one piece. What are you after over here? You don't need any of that. Okay, so now we're gonna, oops, we gotta take the little rubber bumper off. Don't need the little rubber seal. Okay, this is one of those, it's a nice thin part there. So I am going to grab my hobby knife, just kind of make sure I've got a nice round make sure I don't drop it down in the filament path here. Just make sure that that's as clean around there as I can get. Let's see how it feels going in. I think it's gonna, oops. I think it's gonna be okay. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get this in my vise. I think that's too far, so I'm gonna just try pushing straight down into the bench here, which is gonna be basically impossible to get a good view. Okay, it went in without any drama. Cool. Go HD Revo, grab the Obsidian high flow, not much more, and can be used for abrasives. Okay. Pop this piece in. Ah, there we go. At least a little drama. Okay. This is definitely taking longer than I expected it to. I guess we did have a part to print. M3 by 25, another M3 by 25. This guy's gonna go in here. Reloading tune that has the spider board 1.0. Would you recommend upgrading? Not if it works. If it works, it's fine. I'm starting the anti-Igda League. This guy up in here. It's another M3 by 25. Okay. What I have next. What are you after, Oscar? What are you after? Okay. And then the motor. So what am I gonna do for a motor? I think this guy's off, right? I'm gonna do something because I'm using a motor for a different project and the wires ended up being not quite right. So I think I'm gonna swap this out. So let me grab this motor off of here. I was working on this yesterday. And let me just do a quick removal of this stepper. Where are the wires? Oh good, they're easy to get to. Connect the fasteners. Okay, there. Go there. And this. Oops. Okay, that is off of that. Now we've got a stepper. Okay. It's not quite the order I would normally install these in. That. Okay, M3 by 30, that was one of these. Does Filametrics include the filament sensor switch, or is that another mod? That includes the filament sensor switch. That's this guy that we just installed. That's right there. And then I need an M3.8 and a washer. 3.8 and washer. Oh, I do not need that one with Loctite on it. Replace the CB2 with a CM4 because of having so many issues. Got a CB2 running my Legacy. And it's working okay. I don't have any trouble with it. It's a CB or a Manta M4 on there. Okay, let's loosen all this up and then get this into place and feel our gear mesh. Okay, just a hair. Kept having timeout issues on CAN. Are you sure it was a CB2 there, Gareth? Because that is kind of interesting because I get timeout issues on CAN on my on my Legacy. I've been blaming it on the toolhead board, but that's interesting. Does anybody have any other interesting information about that? Then I usually wrap that around here. I find that I can still put the cable mount there, but it does that. Huh. Maybe I'll just have to I can throw a Pi 4 in there, a compute module in there, and see if it goes away. You need to set affinity to a CPU core to prevent it. Are you on my Discord or whatever? Can you is there a link to any information on that? I love how stuff like this just comes up, right? Just random things. Does CAN need specific cables? Does CAN H and CAN L need to be twisted together? It's a good idea to twist CAN, but it doesn't necessarily have to be special wires. Satirical has narrowed it down to old Linux kernels and old Clipper 6.4 or later, and up-to-date Clipper should resolve it. I have updated Clipper and it didn't resolve it for me. You're not on the Discord? Why not? contact@stevebuilds.info is my email address. It's on the YouTube page too. Esoterical has info on the Infinity. Is it on the CAN guide? Is it on his CAN guide? We've got, this is the USB guide. This is the CAN guide. Is there any, here, let's go troubleshooting. I think this might be here. Timeout during, oh, CPU affinity. Hey, look at that. I went right to it. Okay, I'll look at this. Pi 3 just doesn't have the grunt to run the CAN well. I will look at this stuff. Yeah. Mine happens in the middle of a print. It'll just lose communication with the toolhead. And it's not a timer too close. It doesn't give me timer too close. It just loses comms. I don't want to replace it with a CM4 or 5 if I can get away with something like this. But yes. Okay. Well, that's awesome. The random subjects that come up. I mean, it's not random, it's 3D printed related, but just the flow of the discussions is really nice sometimes. Okay. Let's go back here. Oh, yep, that's all done. Mesh is set. There's a known 64-bit kernel issue, and mainsail OS uses the broken one currently. Or a wire may randomly pull out. I don't think mine's a wiring issue. Mine's all fresh. I don't think so. New builds for CB1 and 2 coming, or just released. Check in with Hiram or Luke. Okay. Hey, Basso. Okay, have some Skittles or something, whatever you like. I meant to bring Skittles. I meant to buy Skittles. I just kept forgetting whenever I was somewhere that sold them. I was going to have some Skittles, but I don't, sadly. Next. Heat sets. Install 5 heat set inserts as shown. We did that already. And then we are going to need Revivor on hot ends. The appropriate length is about 15.8 millimeters. What did we have in the old one? I'm going to leave that because I don't want to. I will leave that for a future. You really want attention. I'll leave that for a future thing. So I need to grab some PTFE. Oh, we have 30 minutes. Yep. 30 minutes till we're giving away a box sterile kit and a roll of Polymaker filament. There was a new OS release. Okay, that sounds like something I'm gonna play with. We have 2mm PTFE in the kit, so we're gonna use that. We're gonna use the stuff that came with it, and that is a nice flat end there, so I'm gonna use that. Grab 15.8 millimeters. A little jig. Where is my cutting jig? I've got my old one. I can use my old one if I don't find the new one. Don't know where my new cutting jig is. We'll use the old one. Where did that go? Hey, Jeremy, welcome. What do we have? 516 people. 28 minutes to go. That's pretty straight, but we're gonna just double check. Just skim off the top of it. There, and then 15.8 millimeters. What do we have here? This is 15, so we just need to push through 0.8 millimeters. Let's guess about there. I guessed about there. Go. Okay. And then I am going to take my little framer piece. Where is that? Where is my the problem. That's where that's supposed to be. Why isn't it where it's supposed to be? Not where it's supposed to be. Where is it? We did this last week. Did I put it in the box? Did I put it over here? We used my little reamer last week. Why is it not in its spot? Use metric system, not a problem for you. Yeah, it's not usually a problem. Using goo off to take magnetic build plate sheet off my heated bed. Ew. Try, like, believe it or not, just regular IPA. Regular IPA works pretty good for that. It's not on my drill. Where is that? I'm very puzzled because I usually use it and then put it right back in the little drawer that it's in. Did I put it in a different drawer by mistake? I pretty much goes in there and comes out. Goes straight back in every time I use it. Apparently not this time. What in the world? Is it in here behind the printer? No. Oh, I just didn't see it. It was where I was looking. I just didn't, my eyes didn't actually see it. Just my little 60-degree reamer. So let's see, they do mention here using a deburr tool on the ends of the Bowden tube. They strongly recommend that the end of the PTFE tubing facing the extruder part of the tool head at the very least be beveled on the inner diameter. Be certain that there is no remaining PTFE inside. So we are going to, I always do it leaving it in the tool because it holds it and keeps it from collapsing or deforming. And then I'm gonna get in here and get any little bits. You don't want PTFE down in your hot end. I'm not gonna put a chamfer, but a smaller one on the other end, because this is moving back and forth, but just a smaller one on this end. Aggressive one on the tool head side. Yes? What? So 15.8 millimeters. Pull this out of here. Global Industrial Interior Work Stool Cat. Oh, I don't know where this stool came from. Well, I know where I got it, but I don't know where it was purchased. It is a very nice stool though. I got it from a friend's who worked for a startup that went out of business, and I got it in their kind of liquidation thing. Hey, that's my shirt. Hey, Gene. Okay, so we get the hot end out of there. This is how I run my Revo wires. Now, that's not how I like to run my Revo insulation. That doesn't look great at all. Let's see what's going on here. Oh yeah, that is not good. clean that up a bit. I hate this fiberglass wire. Fiberglass insulation. There is some exposed thermistor wire there. Let's see if I can shift any of this. What is going on? Where'd you go? I heard a complaint somewhere. Grant, welcome. You guys went a while. Everybody's rating in just in time. Just in time. Yes, you got the shirt as well. It is a nice shirt. I like it. It fits well. Welcome everyone from 3D Musketeers stream. How are the humans? How are the kittens? The kittens are being kittens. Yes, that's playful. Why do you have to use that fiberglass insulation anyway? Couldn't they just use silicone? I don't know what the I don't know if it's heat tolerance. You figure out another mount for the PZ on the Vitali? No, I didn't pursue. I started to, and inspiration was not flowing, so. Why are some names gray? That's funny. Noticing the gray names as the outliers. Fiberglass will do better at higher temps. Yeah. I've got to decide how I'm going to fix this, because that's going to be a pain to fix. Either redo the wiring or throw another piece of heat shrink over the whole thing. I think if I'm gonna undo that, I might as well throw a new piece of heat shrink on it. So let me get these pulled out. There we go. Rod, thanks for the gifted memberships. I can see there's another Peter in this stream. How does that work for the giveaway? So that little number that you put in the giveaway form, if I do a search on the YouTube name that comes up and I get multiple results, and it is multiple everything, and I think it's legit, it's not the same person, then I will just ask for that number to confirm which person it is. Okay, so we are going to unwrap this, and this other one is doing okay, but this one that fiberglass insulation was a problem. So let's see if we can trim that a little more. And I'm just going to end up throwing a little larger diameter piece around that just to capture all of that. So let's go. Had to be larger diameter enough to get around the terminal if I didn't want to redo that. Jeez. No matter how much you trim this stuff, there's always more that comes unraveled. Hate the stuff. Hate it. There we go. It's kind of twisting it over there. Works. Now, while that's still warm, I'll get this all twisted around so it kind of reforms. Get those back into it. There we go. Lift these guys just a little bit. Tangs on the terminals. And back in. All better. Okay. What's my favorite crimper? Right here. The iCrimp 2820M. iWis changed their name to iCrimp. iCrimp 2820M. Okay, so this is ready. Now we're gonna grab the new pieces. This is old piece. Go. Where do I find the PZ Probe PC mount that I'm using? So the little control board, this guy, I have not released this printed part because I think it's really difficult to install. If you really want it, then shoot me a poke in the poke channel on my Discord. So I very specifically, Karma Streams, I've talked about this before and I don't expect you to have been here for that talk. I very specifically don't like the Engineer PA09s. I have both genuine Japanese and Taiwan sourced ones, and they are not as nice as these. Now, there's another model, the PA12s, or I don't remember what, that people really like that I haven't tried. So they may be different, but for my money, for the cost of the iWis especially, they are better and cheaper. PA24, there we go. Hey, Tiago. Tiago. But I have genuine sourced PA09s that I actually just won't use. I have them and I don't use them. I use these that I've been using for 6 years. Okay, extruder side, this guy goes up in here, like that. This goes up in here. And this was remodeled so that this can slide in. You notice on the original, it won't slide in because it's shaped to fit the tool head. iWis double 2, so it crimps both crimps at the same time. No, it is a manual crimper. It is a manual crimper. There is just the one side. So you'll see me do 2 crimps on every terminal I do. I might have a different opinion if I was crimping things more often. It just goes up in there. To lean towards something that was a more automated process, but for my use, I like that crimper. Hey there, Ranch Kid. I bought a PA24 lately. I feel like I have more control in crimping smaller pins. Okay. Like I said, I haven't used the PA24. I've heard good things about it. Heard good things about the PA09. So to be honest, I have no hurry to go out and buy a PA24 to try it. I think iWis is killing it with their line of crimpers. Most of what I have are iWis. I do use the Engineer wire strippers. These are nice and sharp and work well. Yeah, that's a big key thing there. The iWis is way cheaper than the PA09s. This is the 2820M. There we go. 2820M. The SN25 is the one you're talking about, Paul, for DuPonts. SN25. That is this guy, and this is an automatic crimper. SN25 automatic crimper. I have these, which are Holzen. And those have the proper round die for DuPonts. And then I use iWis for the ferrule crimpers. The dies are looser on the iWis than on the Engineers. For these type, for these dies, because there isn't a die here, obviously. Are we printing yet? I thought everybody wanted me to take a couple more streams on this. I thought we were supposed to take a couple more streams. I do have a drawer for I do have a dedicated drawer for that type of tool. Not just crimpers, but there is one drawer I go to for those. I've got somewhat of a system here. Yeah, this is a mess, but yeah, I have this US General and I have drivers and stuff in here. The intent is to do a Gridfinity setup on these to help organize them. I've got wrenches and crimpers and scissors and stuff here. Then I have like measuring and stuff down here. And up here I have like stuff that needs deeper storage, like my label maker and my meter and the little desk vise and a bunch of pies, apparently. Apparently pies have found their way in there. Derail the convo, what religion makes the best political ruler in the best kind of weather? I know you're joking, so we're just gonna move on. Okay, that and that is in there. All those heat sets are in. This is the mating piece here. If I want to try to get that to go through, maybe like that. I don't know where that's going to want to go, but it might be a good spot for it. Just like that. I snapped the USB plug off my Pi. Uh-oh. At least you can power it via the GPIO port then. Things are progressing. Nice, Ella. I'm looking forward to that. Okay, so put that in, and these are the 16s. Okay, just wanted to make sure these were still the 16s. What do we got? 9 minutes until we're giving away a box turtle and a roll of Polymaker filament. But both crimpers will make excellent crimps. PO9s require more patience and more monies. I mean, really, that's the key. These are like 20 bucks. The PA09s are 50. You can get these in a day, depending on where you are, from Amazon. Okay. Can't like politics and rulers. Good job, Bob. I like it. Good job. Was wondering how you would route that PZ cable. This is not final. When we get it down into the printer here, I'll figure out exactly where I want to take this to keep it out of the way of heat and still connect it to my thing here. I'm also going to swap this out. This board, if you notice it's green, that's a beta PZ board. I grabbed this because we fed 19 extra volts to the one I was showing the install on during that stream. So I do want to swap this out. Tim at Philostruder was super nice. I asked him if I could buy just a board as a local distributor, and he just sent it to me. So let's see. So yeah, I'm gonna swap that out and stuff before we get too far. This one actually doesn't retain state. It's early enough that it doesn't have firmware on it that retains the sensitivity state. So every time I power up the printer, I have to go in and reset that. Interesting though, because I forgot I had to do that. And I've been printing on this printer through power cycles and everything, and it's been fine. So the default setting worked okay. Pressing the like button hasn't proven to not increase your odds of winning. Know where I can find it. You can't right now, Ella. If you want it, you're welcome to it. Maybe I'll just put this in my files with a warning that it's a pain to install. I modeled this. I did it for this when we were installing the PZ on this printer. I have some ideas for an alternate that might make it a little less fiddly, but it is designed for the Vitali lightweight X carriage. So. So you don't have to change the mount for my top sneaky project. Well, that's good. We are getting through. Yeah, this will be fun. Oh yeah, we've got all this kind of stuff to do. We have to break this. There is a, where is it? There's a mod out on printables. There's a jig. Is this in the Box Turtle files, or are you pointing people to this? Let's see if that works. Nope. Okay, let me go find the link. Mr. Thunder Key, search for ERCF jig. Here we go. Okay. ERCF jig. There we go. This is what it is. And let me paste this into chat. This is just to help break this, the cutter down to length. It's not in the files right now. It is someone's mod. This is you can do this without this. But I printed it. It's just a couple of pieces with a recess for the blade. We'll clamp this in our bench vise and snap. We'll snap one of these blades off to the proper length. So these are hard to source in Europe. It's not compatible with the stock Boron X carriage. You need a tap or CNC Vitali at the moment if you're using Filament Matrix with a Dragon UHF. Let's do this. Okay, so this guy is gonna slip into, slip into that slot there. It should go down to a certain point. Now this is kind of interesting, so maybe we'll do this. Let's find the side that I can get it to index to. Yeah, it's not a very strong point there. And that's supposed to be 26 millimeters, right? Let's see. 20, I mean, it ends up measuring at just under 26 millimeters. How critical is that? I didn't actually look at this or try this at all. So far, I'm not super impressed with this little jig. It's hard to tell when you've put it in to the point that it's bottomed out. Better a little shorter than too long. Okay. I think from holding it here and looking at how much is exposed here, I think this, yeah, that's bottomed out. Let's do that. I'm gonna do it over here so I get a better, I'm gonna do it to the side so I get a better clamp on the edge of that. And my vise isn't deep enough to set it vertically and get a good support on the part there. Mine ended up 25.3 and works fine. Okay, and this basically, there's some instructions here. Clamp the two parts together in vise, just enough to force the alignment pins into their holes, but not super tight. Place the blade, tighten the vise, use a pair of pliers to bend the blade back and forth until it snaps. It should only take 1 or 2 back and forth motions. So the alternate, since I have a brass jaws in my vise here, I could have just clamped this directly in and probably had an even better little setup, but I'm gonna duplicate what most folks are going to be doing. So I'm gonna tighten that down, and I am gonna grab my this and grab this close. That did not break straight. Now, I don't know that I was necessarily tweaking straight, but that worked okay. Cleaned up that little bit left. I'm gonna try, just with this still in here. Nope, that's too hard for the, this is too hard for the file to be effective. Because right now it's a little long. Where is, my grinder right here. Just set this on here. And my grinder, I think I'm gonna just touch that with the grinder. Extension cord. Let me do this real quick over here. Some big Dremel, bench grinder, yep. So I'm gonna hold this together and I'm gonna use this as my, here, let's go here. I'm gonna use this as my thing, as my guide. I'm gonna squeeze it. That was it. Nice and easy. Flush to that. I had the glasses on. Voided the warranty on the blade. Yep. Oh, that's right. It's giveaway. It's giveaway time. Okay. Okay. There is probably a technique, and me doing this sideways, I probably wasn't bending it exactly straight. So that's probably why it bent at an angle. So, hey Andrew, thank you. I appreciate that. We're up to 640 people. Okay. We do have enough draw to pull a few people away from the Super Bowl to give away a box turtle kit. Hardest part complete. They are unpredictable, but I wasn't, I mean, I didn't have a good angle at it and a good view of it either, so. Box Turtle got a mention on CNC Kitchen today. I haven't seen his latest video. Okay, let me pull up we are giving away a roll of Polymaker filament first. So the way this works is you have 3 seconds to get your entry in. we have far fewer entries than we have people watching. So I think we have hit a point where a lot of people have as much filament as they can possibly use. Seems odd to me, but I think we've hit that point. If I win a box turtle, I'll donate $100 to a charity of Steve's choice. Awesome. We shall see. Okay, so in 3 seconds, Polymaker filament giveaway. Link is in the description. You have 3 seconds to get your entry in. There's not a whole lot to enter, so it should be quick. So 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Wife needs more filament. Oh, I'm sure you entered then. We just got one. 3, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Done. Okay, let's create the thing. So the box turtle entry is still open, so make sure you get in there. Let's see, Brian T got the first entry in. Who got the last one? Who got the last one? All the way down, all the way down. Gideon, you got the last one. Is Polar Ted okay? He hasn't been around much. I've heard from Polar Ted relatively recently. He's doing fine. Well, I mean, as of relatively recently ago, he's doing fine enough to type. Okay, let's get a number. We're gonna shuffle this, some number between 1 and 10. We're gonna be creative today. 1 and 10. $667 people. There we go. Jason, a little bit towards some catnip oil infused filament. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Let's see what we have here. Mr. O, you said 5. Let's do 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And spin. Look at all the, oh. Sorry. I usually have that up the whole time and I forgot. Adam S. Adam S. Polymaker filament winner. Polymaker filament winner. Adam S. Are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something. Scroll down. Jason. Hey, Jason. I see you there. 2 minutes. Adam S. I recognize that name. Adam S. Polymaker filament winner. Congrats. Adam S. There you are. Congratulations. Let me get this copied. Box turtle entry is still open. Place that there. I have 1 instance of Adam S in the thing. I have the email already. I'm continuing my, I'm being good. I'm being good. That's there, and email. Congrats, Adam S. You will have an email in just a moment. All sent. Awesome. Does a full stop mean it's a different name? The period? Let's see. Let's see. There is only one Adam S. Only one Adam S without the period. Yep, we're still good. Yep. Congrats. Okay. Box turtle, LDO. kind enough to provide the kit for this build and one to give away every stream that we do. We only have 7 more streams after this. So entry is in the description. We are going to close the entry, and this is a whole lot closer to the number of people here. 657 people here. We're not quite to 400 likes yet. Almost there. Let's get to 400 likes before I start counting down. Give people a little extra time. You know what's right next to the likes button? There's another button there that's useful. Oh, there we go. Bumped all the way up to 439. Okay, we are going to close the Box Turtle entry form when we have not had a new entry in 3 seconds. I gotta actually bring this up so I can see the number. 3, 2, 1. If someone wins and doesn't like the stream, they should have to forfeit. Let's see, did I miss anything? No, we're good. Okay, we just got one. Awesome streams, even when there aren't giveaways, folks should come around more often. We should. We have fun here, right? So 3, 2, 1. I think I gave everybody enough time to actually get in, and nobody wants to miss out. So I think everybody's actually in here. So I'm gonna go ahead and 0 and close. Yeah, through all of that, we haven't had it. Oh, we got one. 3, 2, 1. Done. One shy. I was trying to get that one more. One shy of 600 entries. One shy. KCMO Buff was the first person who got in. Who got in that last one? I'm still scrolling. Greg S. So we have Adam S. and Greg S. You know what's hilarious about that? Growing up, my middle name is Greg. Growing up, my family referred to me as Greg. My brother's name is Adam. Okay, close this. Get rid of all of this. Let's make sure I have that in the buffer and paste. And it's pasting. We just gotta give it a minute. It does not start with an S. Let's give it a second. Give it some time. There we go. And then let's make sure Greg S is the last one. Yep, perfect. This is rigged so Reth wins. Reth already has one. It's rigged so you don't. Here, let's find, is Reth's name in here? Let's delete it. Let's scroll through it now. Okay, let's get a number between, what is today? The 9th, 1 and 9. One and 9. Did you ever do Bailey's from a shoe? Oh boy. Want to know what my brother called me? Let's see here. Let's see. Adam S said 4. We're gonna do 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and spin. Who do we got? Box Turtle Kit winner is Iconic Fab. Congratulations, Iconic Fab. Are you here? I did see you typing. You told me to spin like 5 or something, right? Was I right? Was it 5 that you said? Iconic fab. Congratulations. Awesome. There you are. Congrats. Okay, let me get this pasted in here. You will hear from Jason. Make sure there aren't multiple entries of Iconic Fab in here, and there's not. Good job. Congrats. Said I'll pass off your information to Jason. Jason will be in touch with you. Awesome. Close. Let's clear this out. Let's go to the description and delete the links there. I want to know the box store, that just means I need to build another printer. Well, yeah. Very fun. And save. There we go. And unpin. Iconic fab is iconic. Yep. See ya, Karma Streams. Yes. Someone's talking. Oh, got a kitty. There we go. Jason, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Monkey Butler Labs, 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. This weekend, so the plan will be, so I'm basically doing every other weekend and doing member streams while we build this Reaper. So all the new members here today, you're eligible to see those live. Everybody sees them once the next one comes out. So Friday, I'll make last 2 weeks ago Reaper build stream public. So actually wanted that. Now I need to figure out a filament cutter for Ace Toolhead for real. Nice. Hey Kobe, telling y'all I've just been on a date. Did it go well? Hopefully. Okay. While we have, let's see, folks that did not immediately leave, which is fine. That's not a problem. Not at all. It's fine. But for those that are still here, I'm going to give away the last of my my gifted memberships. YouTube gives me 10 every month. We gave away 5 on the first stream this month, and now I'm giving away the remaining 5. So kissed. Success. So there we go. Awesome. So now I'm out of them for the month. So, and that's a good thing. Get them done. Get them done because I don't want to forget them. Okay. Back to here. Steven, is it enabled in your account? I'm just curious. So for anybody, as far as gifted memberships is concerned, you have to actually go into YouTube and say, yes, I'm okay with accepting a gifted membership. It's not automatic. It also probably, it's not supposed to, but it could still have some impact in certain account categories. It used to not be, if you had a branded account, you couldn't receive a membership, and you'd have to look up exactly the definition of a branded account. But if you watch streams and you never get one, then check your account, the search for gifted membership enable. Striker, thank you for the gifted memberships. And Jared, thanks for being a member for 2 years. Oh, I know you're being silly. It was just a good opportunity to mention that because not everybody is aware of that. Nice, thanks for the gifted memberships. Could be a good thing based on whether or not you want it to be private, that you're watching some content only be gifted and have email and a record of it. It's true. There could be reasons to not want to receive one. That is valid. I won one for another channel. I got a notification. After it being gifted. Oh, that's interesting. You got one more. Who got one more? Oh, Iconic Fab. There are some, we're watching some content has social legal consequences based on locality. Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. And Art Chapman, thanks for being a member for 2 years. Thank you. Okay. So we cut that to 26 millimeters, which was on this side of the little cutout. But that's going to vary depending on what blade you have. Learning from as I was struggling with my RCF V2 build. Good. Gonna finish watching later. Awesome. Thanks for being here. Next, and then we've got, there is a little printed like little finger protector. Don't trust this. Have it there for the slip. Don't push on the end of this with your finger. Just because it's a printed part. And let's see. Questionable choices. Thanks for being a member. Show up for the drawing and then leave. Nah, it's fine. It's there's no concern there. It's not worth worrying about. There's no anything from me on that side. Folks are here. It helps being here even for the drawing. Helps boost the numbers, boost the something in the algorithm probably sees that. Tex Peppers, thanks for the gifted memberships. But thank you for being a member for 15 months, QC. And just start calling you QC, is that okay? Aren't you worried about the fact that you are limited to using Stealth Burner and its cooling limitations? Not at all. Not at all. You've seen my builds, right? You've seen my builds. 95% of the parts you see printed on here are printed with a Stealth Burner. It's fine. If someone was more geared towards maybe doing some more PLA or other type of filaments and felt like they needed more cooling, that's why there's so many mods out there. And yeah, it's not worth, for me, it's not worth worrying about. Okay. We are going to, let's see what this says. Insert the razor into the knife holder as shown. There's a witness hole in the printed part. The razor should be installed to a depth that it covers half of this hole. If your blade only has a bevel on one side, ensure that the flat side is facing down. You're welcome, Stephen. See ya, Martin. Have a good one. It's ABS and ASA. Yeah. I mean, Vorons as an enclosed printer are meant to be great ABS and ASA printers. Doesn't mean you can't print other filaments in them, but. Okay, if your blade is a little loose, it can be secured with a small drop of CA glue. So let's see how this does. I think I'm gonna keep this angle here. So in these parts somewhere, where did I put that? Okay, so there is a little cover for the blade. Did we? Yep, we've got our blade here. So we're going to be extra careful and put this cover on here, which I'm going to make sure it's cleaned up. I'm going to use a blade to clean up the blade guard. There's a little bit of stringy in these, so Okay. There's also, once I put this on here, I'm not going to be able to keep track of which side is the beveled side of the blade. So I'm going to mark the top of this. I'm going to put the bevel up. So I'm just going to make a mark. And box turtle ordered. Congrats, Nira. Have fun with the build. Stealth burner works fine for PLA for all the regular flow hot ends. Hey, Brian. I only ran up against cooling limitations, stealth burner, or mini stealth burner when trying to print faster and advertise and recommended volume clock speeds, which are pretty fast. Yeah. Okay, so being extra careful because we are dealing with the blade, the sharp part. And I'm going to push this down. There we go. Down into the table instead of against my fingers. I'm being extra cautious here. I want to demonstrate that this will cut you open real quick, and we don't want that to happen. So now we have something. And instead of pushing on the end here, I'm going to grab it, and I'm just using this as a guard so it doesn't move sideways and cut me or something. I'm going to actually be pushing on the metal part to get it into here. Dat Mammoth, thanks for being a member. I look forward to the stream so much. Thanks. Awesome. We're calling at least a Trident V0. You could do an auxiliary part cooler. Speed and cooling does degrade layer adhesion. Different purposes, right? PLA parts versus ABS parts that you want to have some sort of strength. So let's see how this fits in here. So this is a pretty good friction fit. Is that going to be good enough? And I'm going to push this against the table, and it's not all the way in. Push it even more. It's hard to tell if that's actually all the way in. How much should be sticking out? Does it say there? That's really what we should be looking at. How much should be sticking out? Wow, I just cut through the protector there. If it's tight friction fit, you should be okay. I'm going to grab pliers here. This, I'm not squeezing, I'm just using it as a, nope, that pulled right out of there. Okay, well that's a problem. Make sure I don't have anything in the back here. Can I see that? I am gonna put a little, since that came out that easy, I'm gonna put a little droplet of CA glue on it after all. It was a good friction fit, but it did pull out when I tried to pull this front piece off. So I'm just gonna put a little bit on here, and hopefully that it goes in far enough. Just a very thin amount there. And I gotta be extra careful. It's not, I think that's all the way in. So leave that right like that and let that sit for a second. Is there a value for how far that should be sticking out of the printed part? That would be probably something to record. Is there a link to the drawing? Yeah, Holtz, I do the drawings at 1 p.m. Pacific time every Sunday. So we just did it about half an hour ago. $15mm, okay. Let's see. This is right at the end of that printed part anyway, so we can do a little check here. So what if it's 16mm? Is that a problem? It's 16mm. Yeah, that's 16 millimeters and it's pushed all the way into this part. Mount it up and let's check. Okay. So this time I'm gonna grab this with that. I'm gonna just use, no, that's not working. Okay, I'm gonna grab this with my Knipex. Grab this with this. There we go. Extra cautious. Yeah, that's 16 millimeters. Exactly. It's exactly 16 millimeters sticking out. Doesn't interfere with, oh, when it's out. Yeah, okay. Let's continue then. See you down, Undermaker. Tuxedo, thanks for being a member. Now officially in the Red Star Club. Awesome. Okay, next we've got a 2.5 millimeter screw. Okay, 2.5 by 16 and the cutting arm. Now the recommendation I got is that we want to use the long cutting arm. There is a short cutting arm, but you need more pressure for the short cutting arm to work. So let's see, there's a short one and a long one. More leverage on the long one, so less chance of skipping steps when you're doing that. I get back before end of stream based on my recent record. We've got to get this on the printer. That's the goal today. I was expecting to get into configuration, but so more leverage is always better. The trade-off is more travel needed. So you could get in the way of, where did Oscar go? Where are you, Oscar? Could get in the way of the build area. Use up more build area. Where are you? Oscar. I think I'm gonna open the door for them in case they need to use the... You guys can go use your litter box if you need. Okay. Any issues with using filament matrix on a switch wire? Yes. You're probably going to run into clearance issues with the top idlers and where you put the bumper and that kind of stuff. I don't know what people have done for that, but just my immediate first time thinking about it, those are the things that I would be looking at. I'm just cleaning out the droopy, a little bit of droopiness on the filament in there. Okay, so we need a 2.5 and I am going to put this back on here loosely, but just so I don't casually nick my finger. So just on there loosely. Why are you whining? There's nobody bugging you. Okay, 2.5 by 16. Here we are. Included in the kit. Should I go with Nighthawk or the SB2209 with this build? Should I go with... It doesn't matter. Pay attention to me. Well, he's right here. He's just chilling. I left the towels on that enclosure because I was printing PCCF on it. I wanted it as warm as possible, and it's not warm out here. and it's turned into cat bed. Okay. So this guy, we hold that like that. And then this goes in here. There's a bevel. There's a bevel here, and this is what we're paying attention to, up or down. So that goes in there. This is slotted, so it has some movement, it looks like. This is a 2mm driver, but I want to use a straight one. I'm guessing this threads into the cutter piece here on purpose. Do not install it upside down. Okay, correct. Should move freely. Do not over tighten this screw. Move this freed to the workbench. Going to finish the magnetic bed replacement. Have fun. So we're going to just go here to where it's just through. Just a little bit more. Yep, that'll work. It's floppy. That's what 2 box turtles. I saw that too, Ballistic Tech. Cats sitting on Starlink dishes because they're warm. See, Deanna. Then there's a spring. I'm not going to pull that spring out until we absolutely are installing it. And then that goes in there, and there is a M3x18 flathead. Now, this is right here, came with the M3x18 flathead. If I have stainless, I'm going to use it. Just because this build has stainless screws. If I have an M3x18 stainless, I'm going to use it. I'm going to substitute it. 20, no. I have a spot for them. I am out of them, so we'll use what it came with. I don't typically prefer stainless. This build, just the theme of the build, has stainless screws. But my preference, I mean, if they were available, Jason, when they're available, Jason, these zinc plated screws are really nice. So, Jason. Okay, this guy. This is gonna go, so there's a countersunk spot there. This goes through here, and this is our pivot point. So that is right like this. Did I say zinc plated? I meant nickel plated. I sometimes say things that I mean something else. Okay, so this is gonna go in here like that. This is a part. It's gonna go there. What about titanium? Expensive. Cost. So we're gonna pull this off and just be careful. That's off. This is gonna go on here. I'm gonna just rest my finger on top of that. Go. This tightens into here. Has anybody had any issues with this coming loose? I'm wondering this, because you don't want to just torque on that, I wonder if this is a good candidate for a little bit of Loctite going into that heat set. Now, there should be a spring. I should have put a spring in there and I forgot to. Yep, I did forget the spring. I was paying so much attention to not cutting myself with that blade, I forgot the spring. So now I've practiced one thing, I just have one new thing to worry about. So this guy, let's set this in here. We're gonna set this down. That guy goes into the pocket. There we go. There. Does that seem like it's going to be fine? I don't know where this ends up actually. Oh yeah, there's a screw down here that looks like it hooks against to limit travel. I think it's going to be fine. You would only get that spring when you had to. I think now is the time. Yep. Now's the time. So next, there's a M3x8 that goes in. Now that M3x8, I'm sure is in these bits. Yep, there's M3x8s here. But I'm gonna grab a stainless one. I know there's a mixture here now, but still gonna do it. So this goes there. This is very much a candidate, I think, for some Loctite, because there is no, you don't want any tension on it. All it is a stop for the cutter. I think a little bit of Loctite on this is definitely a good thing. So just a little bit on the tip we'll get it in there. There's no M3 washers for this mod. No M3 washers for this mod. No M3 washers where? I don't think I'm missing anything, right? Yeah. So this is going into a heat set. So I'm not worried about the Loctite. I'm gonna move this out of the way. I'm gonna kind of get the blade out of the way, move this out of the way, and I'm gonna sneak in just the tiniest little bit of and there's not even any significant residue coming out. So you gotta, I mean, portion control is critical here, but I think this is going to be more reliable if you put a little bit of Loctite on that screw. It's not gonna come out on you. See ya, 3D Wolf. You can put washers if you want, but we don't require them. Washer, where would the washer go? Yeah, you don't want Loctite to come into contact. I'm gonna go ahead and retract everything I said, because you're getting the live experience here. I made an assumption that I thought Loctite would be a good idea there. I don't think it's a bad idea to put it there, but this does bottom out before this gets tight. So I'm gonna swallow my pride and I'm gonna retract everything I said about using Loctite. I think it'll be fine without Loctite. I think that'll be fine without Loctite. Because it does bottom out before the piece is tight. So. Oh, who else we got? Admiral Adama taking off. See ya. Oh, there you are. Yep. Okay. Next. Got that guy in. Install a new stone. Do not fully tighten the screw. It is in place to limit the downward travel of the cut. So what I would be checking there is that it bottoms out before it puts any grip on that hook. If it bottoms out before that, then you're fine. Yep. Okay. Shows the extruder and hot end as it would be on your chosen carriage. The cut arm should move freely and not obstruct the filament path when fully released. Okay, so that's what we should be checking. There is some play here. I think it is debatable on whether it will get in the way or not. So if we look at this and if I pull it towards the thing, it's very, very close. There's some play here in that screw. Do you think that's a problem or do you think I'm okay? This, I could not push that anymore into the printed part. Assuming there is enough constraint on both sides, I think it'll be okay. I think it's right on the edge. And it's not going to be, I'm pulling it in. I think it's going to be okay. I think. I'll keep an eye on it. Yep. It only interferes at all if I pull on it. If it's sitting here in its natural state, it is either going to get knocked out of the way or it might cause a problem, but I'm going to leave it for now because I glued it. If I change my mind between streams, I'll fix it. But for now, we're gonna keep moving. How far does it go past when it's pressed? It goes past the, it goes past the other side of the heat set. I think it'll send. Okay. It's something to keep an eye out. If I have problems, I'll point to that first. Okay, when installing the stealth burner main body, make sure to use, okay, so this is basically done at this point. We got depressors and stuff like that to install, but we are basically at the point of needing to put it in there. I think it'll be fine. I don't know that it's intruding on the line that on the threads that the threads are gonna do either. So I have some material if I want to trim it later, yeah. And I do have another one of these. I printed another one of these little blade holders. So I printed another blade holder. If I need to do anything. So let's see. I need to replace this guy. So let's pull the connector off and swap out this PZ controller. I think the just an extra fraction of a millimeter would put that perfect. I don't know if I'm pushing plastic into this piece either and causing that from going all the way in. And it's really hard. That hole is kind of small to really see whether I've hit it or not. This USB grommet. So I did a whole video on this, Alexander, and I think it's out there. It might be on my GitHub. I did a whole video on designing this. So we did a live stream where we did stuff, and then I did a follow-up video. One of the only videos I've done. I think it might be the only video I've done. If you look in my videos, there's a designing this in Fusion, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be a link there to get it. Need to get up easy. See you, Andres. Extra. Well, it's the most recent one, but it's 10 months old or 9 months old. Might be close to a year old now, huh? Wow. So you see the difference between a beta unit and the production unit. Nozzle needles to poke that hole and check how far my blade was. Oh, hey buddy. How are you? You get enough rest over there? Where are you going? No knocking coffee mugs or cameras off. Go through there. See ya, Kobe. Have a good one. Okay, this guy. Okay, part of this problem is having to juggle the ribbon cable and the tool head and zip tying the excess ribbon cable out of the way and all the things. So let's plug this in. How old are the new kittens now? In a few days, they will be 8 months old. Yeah, 8 months old in a few days. They were born on June 12th. The cat is looking behind the monitor for me. It's awesome. Okay, this guy is gonna go on here. It's there, this cable. Then, you know what? There's all kinds of room back here. Let me see if I can make this a little easier on myself. This particular carriage might make this a little easier. I just kind of wrap this around. Yeah, maybe I just do something like that. Let's see. I think that'll be fine, actually. Okay. And then this guy, I'm not even going to use the zip tie mount on this, I think. We're going to take this over here. Put that in place, and then just wrap it around the thing. I think that'll work fine. So what I did is I just basically took the excess ribbon and just kind of wrapped it around the back part of the tool head here, and then plugged it into the side of the little Revo control board, and it's not going anywhere. It's not anywhere near any heat. It's not anywhere near where it'll get caught up on anything. I think that'll work. Is this not automatic cutting the filament, or do you have to babysit it? Just put a, it is automatic. So what happens now is we're gonna install a bumper over here that'll have an adjustable pin on it. The tool head will move over to the end of travel and push on this lever here. So there's a mount, they're probably in my box over here, that mounts to the top of the extrusion over here. And then there's a pin that sticks out. It's this. And you put a screw in, you mount it to the thing, then you put a screw in, and this pushes. There's a little indent. Here's the other piece. The short one is an example, but I don't know where that went. Back over here, yeah. Yeah, so there's a little indent here and a button head screw. Button head screw fits that pretty nice, and it pushes. Do you lose any travel with the use of this cutter and bumper? A little bit. You're gonna lose a small little section. I think Robert was suggesting he puts his up here, even though it's more time to travel to do it. I think he says you lose a little bit less if you put it towards the front than if you put it towards the back. Do the extrusion backers cause any mounting issues? I don't think so, because the spacing on these is exactly the spacing of the backers. So I'm just going to be able to sandwich the backer in between this and the extrusion. But we will be able to play with this. It's something that you'll configure in the settings where that location is in the printer travel. Okay, so we're gonna go there, move this over, we'll get the rest of our tool head installed. Now, one thing I had done with this, just in the way the wiring goes, I use a small zip tie through the side here to make sure this wire doesn't get caught anywhere. So let me grab a small zip tie. Okay. You should use a washer in between the backer bolts and the mount so plastic doesn't split. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna sneak this thing in here, grab this, just do a little zip tie here. And just make sure that that's not going to dangle somewhere and get caught anywhere. So I don't know where that went. I don't know where the end of that went. Oh, there it is. Okay. Then this guy is going to go on top. What length should have the backers for Trident? 300, 350, or 300? How long should they be? I think it's 50 millimeters over. Hey guys, that's not nice. Cover to put on here. 16 millimeter M3. 16 or 12. Yeah, I like these green extrusions too. And did you notice my custom anodized, titanium anodized backers? Oh, someone, I am so sorry. Is the person who was asking about my umbilical setup on this still around? This is the merry-go-round of thoughts have come back around and realized that I never answered that question earlier. So this is a tight fit, so I'm just gonna bend those wires back there. That sits fine. Was that you, FBWA? This is what I've got going on. So I made a little cover for the previous wire path, and then a little mount so that I can use a little Z umbilical, and then this is just a guard to make sure the wire doesn't fall forward. And then there's a cover in the back for the other side. You can kind of see all of it right there in that view. And then for the top, I'm just coming in with my 45-degree entry. That's kind of hard to see from here, but I have my, because the LDO Nighthawk USB cable, it fits within the slots on these 2020s perfect. So I have it running through here and down the side, and it clears the motor mount back here. So it's actually running within the extrusion, and that's how I get the umbilical up here for the tool head. And then on my GitHub, which is linked in the description, there's this 45-degree entry. You can kind of probably see it here a little bit. Right here. There's a little piece that brings in the PTFE in at a 45-degree angle into the back. So, see you, Andrew. It fits inside the 2020, yeah. Okay, so that is on. So one thing we won't be able to really finish today is the actually put this in here. There we go. Is the umbilical mount, because I don't have one printed because I completely spaced on that. So how does this go in? That's right there. That still moves fine. Got move this back down here. This still moves, and there's a little cutout there. So that all goes in. That's looking pretty good. The 45 is just to make that a nice, smoother path. There's very little bends in the filament path. It basically goes around in basically a 180-degree sweep. See you, the GPs. Happy birthday again. Happy birthday yesterday. Yes. Okay. Yeah, we did all of this in a stream series about a year ago, a little less than a year ago. Okay. Oh. There we go. Okay. Oh, sorry about the focus. You're going to Rocky Mountain? Absolutely. My hotel is booked and I'm driving, so that's the only thing. Hotel is all I have to worry about. Okay, and that just kind of squeezes in right there. What we got there? Okay. Always fiddly. Actually, I don't want to use that one. What's that? There we go. We have not installed the turtles yet. We've got a filament cutter almost done though. And then this guy. Super careful to make sure that we line up the pins here. There we go. Maybe 2 more streams. I hope not. Actually, so if we have to go 2 streams on this, I may do a weekday stream. I've got a, I have a, do I have enough? I have a Mark IV to Mark IVS upgrade that I was planning on filling in the stream for before starting the Tic Tac build. If we end up having to go to 5 streams on this, then I'll do that on a weekday stream. Can I test a cut on a piece of filament? That's a great idea. I don't know how I'm gonna get it out if I do that. Let's do it. I'll figure out how to get it off stream. That seems to work though. Oh, you're so smart, Nils. You're so smart. Let's do it. Let's do it. Where's the ABS? Where's the ABS I was using? Oh, it's on the printer. Well, let's do bright neon orange ABS. Should have thought of that, but I didn't. Okay, let's grab some bright orange ABS. Let's open this up so we can feed it through. Is that fed? Let's see how far that is. Yeah, that's well past the cutter, so it's definitely getting past the cutter. Let's lock that in place. Yeah, that hits there. Oh, that didn't seem to take much. Didn't seem to take much pressure to do it. Now it does kind of. I wonder if that's a function. Yeah, that was just a function of the filament being there, which when it cuts, it's going to pull out, so it's not going to be a problem. Yeah, that sliced right through it. That was very little pressure to get that to cut, so that's a good thing. Well, I kind of wanted to not remove the nozzle first because I'm hoping it just pulls out with. I thought about that, whether I should remove the nozzle and then do it, but oh, there it is. Now, I haven't looked at the settings and stuff. Does this do the thing where it pulls some filament before it cuts it? Or is this about, you're gonna be purging about this much or a little more? Let's see what this, that's my snippers cut, and this is the cutter. This one's coming from both sides. This one's coming from one side. It has a retract and push back. Okay, cool. Thanks, Riker. There's some nice recommended settings from Thunder for the Revo 2. Cool. Cool. Okay, what are we at? 2:11. We're only at 4 hours. We really need to do a little more here. Your GitHub, but not able to find the 45-degree filament entry. Go into the V2 and Trident stuff, and it's the PTFE route stuff, PTFE inlet. Search for PTFE inlet. Okay, so this will hit that spot just fine. On the back, where will it hit? We're just gonna move this around a little bit. On the back, I would not be able to hit it sitting at the furthest back point. I would have to use the other, so I don't remember if this is the mirrored one. I printed both. I have both. There's both ways. If I did this, then I could hit in the back corner. Purged several times. What was left in behind to clean out the nozzle is new and old filament mix. Yep. The one with the pin further forward, this is the normal one. But if I go to if I want to cut at the back, then I need to do the mirrored one in order to actually reach it with the bolt spacing from the backers. So how are we doing? Are we doing okay? Okay, yep, I'm still here. But it's in September. Just looked it up, it's about a 3-hour drive. Are you talking about 3D Printopia? As you're saying in September. Just make sure you have sufficient clearance to make the X move without hitting anything. Yeah, I think I do. It's just a question of whether I want to. I feel like, I know Robert does it to the front, and that might end up being, I can always switch it later, but I feel like I do, oh, here, I want to do it in the back. Here's why. Here's why. I don't use a full 250 in Y anyway, because I use Prusa sheets on here. I actually have this all cut, and I have little bed indexing pins on the back for Prusa sheets. So I'm gonna go to the back because I may be able to get away with not losing any of my normal build area on this printer. So that answers that. Yeah, that's a good thing. So let's take these guys out. Ah, they're tight. I do the front too, it's out of the way, and at the back has purging stuff. What sheet is that? This is OSEC. This is a company in Europe. They are in an interesting spot. I got this when they were first starting doing these sheets. Sanity sent it to me. They had a period there where they were doing a really poor job of shipping products. It's a wonderful sheet for ABS. I have not put any treatment on this. No glue stick, no vision miner, nothing, and ABS sticks to it. It's a nice satin finish. So it's a nice sheet for the purposes I've used it for. They were having a period there where they were doing a poor job of shipping. Apparently they turned that around, but it sounds like they may be going away from building these at all now. So you have to poop further in on X if you cut in the back. What does that mean? Have to poop further in on X if you cut in the back. You have to poop further in on X if you cut in the back. So further in. Oh, because if you move all the way to the corner to this, you need to poop at a point where you're not engaging. Is that what you're talking about? Hey Jake, welcome. My honest opinion is I'd rather have a large prime tower than poop at all. That's the one thing about this project I don't like, is the pooping. I know there's solutions coming and that kind of thing. That's a minor thing, but I think my preference is going to be to set up large wipe towers. Yeah. Yeah, it's configurable. So I think I am still gonna put it back here because I may be able to avoid losing any real bed area. And that means that this goes, I'm using this one, and I need to figure out how long of screws I'm going to need for this. So I probably need 2 plus 3, at least 5 millimeters plus, well, these are 8s. So I need 8 plus whatever this is. So I think 12s are gonna work. I think 12s are gonna work. We're just gonna use some button head 12s. And let's go through here and rescue the VLMP from back here. Awesome for ABS, no stress marks at all. I don't know that that's my experience as far as stress marks, but I do agree that it's really good for ABS. And I've heard that they're not shipping to the US anymore. Yeah. Okay, that's there. We have the little bumper piece that needs a couple of heat sets. Make sure you insert that past the little indexing lines. Both sides here. Go. I think that's the only heat sets I need to worry about. Go. Okay, so that's those. Then this is attached to beefy depressor mount to the left side of your gantry. So we're going to do this in a little different order. So the length of the screw will depend on the specific printer. M3x10 no backers, M3x12 titanium backers, and M3x16. So the 12s that I measured is correct. So that's nice to know. And then we're going to put, now this says use a flathead. A flathead is the wrong screw for this, so we're not going to use a flathead. We're going to use a regular screw and a washer. So, Mike, thanks for being a member for 23 months. Would the tiny rail from Voron Tap be long enough for the heat set press? Not at all. Not even close. See ya, Edward. Okay, so we're gonna need an M3 by 16. Why is that M3 by 16? And then the next step is going to be an M3 by 16 and a nut. I don't understand why M3 by 16 on this side. Does it thread into a plastic for strength? Okay, we're gonna need a screw on one side and another on another. Hey, Pathetic Puma. Okay, so I think any other camera is just going to be Glare City on this. Let's get this down in here. This out of the way. See you, Raj. This is going to go here, and we're going. Oh, I'm going to set this on here and get kind of a maybe towards the front. Figure this out for height, because I don't want to take my panel off. Pathetic Puma, thanks for the gifted memberships. I don't want to take the panel off if I can avoid it, so I'm gonna try to get an estimate on where I want this. That's the end of travel there, so I'm gonna give it a guess, put this together, and then just kind of move it as I feel like I need to. So let's get a washer. And let's just go with like something's gonna be fine. And let's try putting, I'm just guessing right now, and we'll set it on there and see. Is that not? Hey. Little washer and screw here. Hey, McDonald, thanks for being a member for 20 months. Screw doesn't vibrate out. Are you caught up there, MG Longshot? Or are you watching about an hour ago? About an hour ago, we were talking about screws vibrating out. Might not be caught up. Oh, thanks for the gifted memberships. I am very, very, very close. Let's get an M3 by 16 for this. Yeah, very, very, very close. Oh, for the cutting pin, yeah. Yeah, there's a nut there for that. I'm not putting the nut in quite yet. The nut will go on there. I'm not forgetting it. I'm just checking heights. Where this contacts. I think I can go one little notch down. So we'll first tool change happening. Awesome. So let's hold that in place, loosen this up, and move this a notch down. That's where we want it to be. So let's put a hex nut on here. Hey Jeremy, is there a way to still use your backer? Yeah, the backer is still on there. I'm not getting rid of it. You just use longer screws. Go. And then where were the M3 by 12s? Did I use 2 button heads, 2 washers? 2 washers. That's nuts. Okay, this is going to be fun and fiddly. Because I'm insisting or attempting to not have to remove my side panel on this printer. So, and I'm using more so, I'm using stainless steel fasteners to do this. So I don't have the advantage of using a magnet. There we go. It's in there. Let's move this to the front. Let's move this all the way to the back. And I want to go maybe a smidge, not like bumped up against the rear Y rail. I'm going to move like a millimeter or 2. And we're going to push this all the way back, it looks like. I want to make sure that's not rubbing on the... That's as far back as that will go. It's right there. There. So you can kind of see, I know it's trying to focus up here, but this, and that hits right there. Now, I think I would have been better off leaving that the next one up, because what I'm seeing here, and maybe we can get a good view with this little camera. What I'm seeing here is, see, when it's out, it looks like it lines up right there. But when it presses, the action of that lever shifts up. I think this needs to go up another notch. So to where it's, I think I want that to be at its highest force point to be centered in there rather than at the beginning, which is what I was looking at before. So I'm gonna move this back up a notch. Does sensorless homing cause problems when cutting the filament? Not at all, because you're not monitoring. It's going to trigger, but that doesn't matter. That's just like you're printing, let's give the Revo PZ, it's a vibration sensor. That thing's going off like mad. That little LED back there is probably flickering your entire print, but it doesn't matter because it's not monitoring for that trigger. Hey buddy, you helping? Steve, yeah, the CUDA is very cool. I've bought the files. I've been playing around with printing the new transmission. Found a problem with it. It's not breaking, but they've got some thin spots in the model that I reported to them. Let's try this. Moved it up one notch and see where that's at. Oh, well, that wasn't good. Lost one screw. Where'd it go? Where did it go? It went all the way in the back. Yes. Hi. Went all the way back here. The rest of it there. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, you found a screw. It makes funny noises when you move it too. Okay. I'm gonna just cause all kinds of blurry cam here, but I can't help it. Hi. Speaking of the Revo PZ, do you know how well it works on switch wire? I don't. I know Nomad's Galaxy is going to install one, but he screwed up. He didn't try it before he went and did a bunch of modifications. He went straight to trying to reinforce the bed, not knowing whether it's needed or not. Okay, let's see. There we go. I think that's where I want it. That's one more notch up. I don't know if it could use going up one more notch or not, but I think it's okay. You can't hear anymore. You said, yep, it's on my side. Good on my side. Okay, and then we'll adjust the length of this. So this gets out of the way, that goes. That's pretty, gonna be fairly close. Maybe we can go in just a little bit. I think right there, because that's end of travel. End of travel on the X carriage is pretty much fully depressed. Might be able to adjust by 1 millimeter or 2, but that's going to be a really good starting point, I think, right there. I'm not all there anymore. That has nothing to do with audio. Okay. Last page. Now it's time to adjust the height of the pin on the mount and the depth of the screw, so we'll depress the cutting arm. Use the hex nut to lock the screw into position. You may wish to use a Loctite or VC3 on this screw. Be careful not to get Loctite on an ABS. I think the lock nut is enough here. Have PZ on my switch wire. Seems to trigger same spot. Is it a switch wire or is it an ender wire? Okay. Up to near. And then I got to figure out what I'm doing with this. Figure out what I'm doing with the umbilical. So that is 4.5 hours. We got a little mischief maker here. I think we're gonna call it at 4.5 hours. Your chances of 2 more streams have increased, because that was a lot more than I thought it was gonna be today. Really? Okay. Did you hear that? Oh, the switch wire you want at Vice? Nice. So yeah, but it works fine. It works fine on that switch wire. That's good. Where are we? Oh, we don't need that one on. Awesome. That was, like I said, that was more than I thought, but that was good. We ran into a few things to figure out. I need to figure out my umbilical. I'm sure there's something out there I can use. Yeah, so watch out. My Core 1 is being delivered tomorrow unless something major happens. It's sitting 25 miles from here at the depot. So I am going to schedule a last second stream tomorrow, and it'll probably be somewhere around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Figure between 4 and 5 Pacific, and we're gonna unbox it and print with it, and that kind of thing. So we're gonna have fun with that. Then we will have another member stream. We got a lot of new members today, continuing work on this. So, hey Leo the Human, I saw you earlier and I forgot to say hi. So hi and bye. We're gonna continue work on this on Saturday. So hopefully get the rest of the body on, do some significant progress on it. So it is very, very cool. This is a 3D sets model, 3dsets.com. Yeah. Same company that made the model for the 240Z we built a year ago. So, and then we'll be back on this on Sunday. So with that, hope everyone has a good rest of your weekend. I hope to see you tomorrow. It won't be a super long stream, maybe an hour or two, however long it takes to get something going, get some prints out of it. So, take care, enjoy the build. Bye.